yo. So we're live right now. I caught it late. I thought I was gonna make it, but I didn't. But yeah, here we go. We are watching right now the rally of Kamala Harris. Let's zoom in.
Here. For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that scammed students. Well, Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students. As a prosecutor, I specialized in cases of sexual abuse. Well, Donald Trump was found liable for committing sexual abuse. As Attorney General, I held Wall Street banks accountable for fraud. Well, Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud, 34 counts. So all of this, yeah, the courts will deal with that. We're going to win in November. We're going to win in November. We'll handle that too. So, but all of this is to say, in this campaign, I will proudly put my record against his every day of the week. Every day of the week. But make no mistake, that being said, our campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. It is about, and I love you, Bob. Our campaign is about two different visions for our nation. One, ours, focused on the future. The other, focused on the past. And Arizona, we fight for the future. A future with affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid leave. A future where we build a broad-based economy where every American has an opportunity to own a home, to start a business, to build wealth. Here with us today, I know we have a number of Native leaders. And as president, I will tell you, I will always honor tribal sovereignty and respect tribal self-determination. And fight for a future where every Native person can realize their aspirations and every Native community is a place of opportunity. We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families, so that they have the chance not just to get by, but to get ahead.
I'm gonna say something real quick. I think she cooked herself in a way if you heard what she just said about the Native community.
They're still too high. You know it and I know it. When I was Attorney General, I went after price-fixing schemes. And when I am president, I will continue that work to bring down prices. I will take on big corporations that engage in illegal price gouging. I will take on corporate landlords that unfairly raise rents on working families. I will take on big pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. And all of this is to say, unlike Donald Trump, I will always put the middle class and working families first. Because you see, Coach Walls and I know the middle class built the United States of America. And when the middle class is strong, America is strong. And while we work to move our nation forward, look, Donald Trump, be very clear, intends to move us backward. Just look, and we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. No. But just look at his, Tim talked about it. Look at his Project 2025 agenda. It's 900 plus pages. I can't believe they put that thing in writing, by the way.
I wish they would stop telling that lie and saying that Project 2025 is President Trump's
Project 2025 is a plan to weaken the middle class. If he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give a tax break to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare.
But it's the same thing that the Democrats have been
doing. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis.
As she's concerned.
And Arizona, every day you feel the impact of extreme heat and drought. You know this crisis is real. He calls it a hoax. And on top of all of this, if Donald Trump wins in November, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act and take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was? Remember what that was? He won't win. You're right. We will win. We will win. And part of why we are going to win is because we remember, and we are smart, and we know what's happening, and we're not falling for the gaslighting, and we're not falling for the okey-doke.
I find it funny that she's talking about gaslighting.
So look.
And they are actually the ones who are gaslighting Americans about her.
And like we all know, we're not going back. We will move forward and take on the biggest issues facing our nation. For example, the issue of immigration. So I was Attorney General of a border state. I went after the transnational gangs, the drug cartels, and human traffickers. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. So I know what I'm talking about. We know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it. Comprehensive reform that includes strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship. But Donald Trump does not want to fix this problem. Be clear about that. He has no interest or desire to actually fix the problem. He talks a big game about border security, but he does not walk the walk. Earlier this year, everybody here knows, earlier this year we had a chance to pass the toughest bipartisan border security bill in decades. But Donald Trump tanked the deal. because he thought by doing that it would help him win an election. But when I am president, I will sign the bill. So Arizona, ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. The freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. And on that last point, understand how we got here. When he was president, Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overturn and undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as he intended, they did. And now, in over 20 states in our nation, there is a Trump abortion ban.
There is no ban on abortion.
Many, like Arizona, with no exceptions.
It's a restriction,
even for rape or incest.
and it's to the states. It's not Trump. It's the
just
states.
Yesterday, in a press conference,
don't know why
we
they
got
say
a
this.
fresh reminder of what Donald
that
Trump's
gaslighting
Project
again.
2025 agenda would do.
It's crazy.
It would ban medication abortion in every state.
What's funny is Trump never said
But
that
we
he was
are not
against
going
it.
to let that
He
happen.
never said he was against that. He just said it should go to the states. That's
Because
not his
we
fault.
trust women. And when I am President of the United States, and when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedoms for every woman in America, I will sign it into law. So listen, here's the thing that we all know. Here's the thing we all know. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, the baton is in our hands. Each and every one of us. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass an assault weapons ban, universal background checks, and red flag laws. So much is on the line in this election. And understand, this is not 2016, and this is not 2020. You know, this time around, the stakes are even higher. And that's because last month, the United States Supreme Court basically just told the former president, who has been convicted of fraud, that going forward, he will be effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House.
But doesn't that go both ways?
But think about what that means.
That goes both ways,
think about
right?
What that means in this election.
Regardless
think about
of what
what
party's
that means.
in place,
He's been
right?
effectively told he will be immune if he's back in the White House. Think about what that means when you remember Donald Trump has openly vowed if reelected, he will be a dictator on day one.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. But
that
okay.
he will weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
You mean the way that y'all
Remember
did?
that he even called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States.
He never said that. That is not what he said either.
Understand what this means. And let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the United States president. Never again.
But the thing about it is, the biggest thing about this is they want to bring in socialism to our country. They want to bring socialism to the country. That's more un-American in ripping up the Constitution if I ever heard it. But okay.
We love our country. We love our country, and I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That's how we preserve the promise of America. And after all, the promise of America is what makes it possible for Governor Walz and me to be on the same stage together. Because think, two middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised by a working mother, had a summer job at McDonald's. The other, a son of Nebraska Plains, who grew up working on a farm. Think about it. Only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House. Only in America. Only in America. So we together, all of us, we're running this campaign on behalf of all Americans, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast. And when we are elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. All Americans. So Arizona, ultimately in this election, I do believe we each one of us, we face a question. That question being, what kind of country do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a country of chaos, fear, and hate? Or a country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law? And the beauty of our democracy is that we each have the power to answer that question. Each one of us in a democracy has the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. And in the next, then 88 days, we need you to use your power. We need you to knock on some doors. We need you to register folks to vote. We need you to energize, to mobilize, to organize, and to make your voices heard. So Arizona, I ask, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We're going to definitely go over a couple of the things that was said during this speech while we wait for President Trump, former President Trump, to come in. I think that's what we're going to do. We're definitely going to take some time out and like really analyze what's going on here, what was said in the speech. Might even go back over and watch the beginning of this, where we're going to go back over the beginning where, because President Trump is coming in soon. Let me get another, let's go to, let's see what we got over here, because we got another, of course we're watching both rallies, all right. So this is what's going on this is what's going on right now at the Trump rally right now. This is Trump's rally, but I definitely want to go back and watch what's actually going on at the rally over here at the Kamala Harris rally. I want to see what's going on with that as well. And it's important for us to keep a watch on both of them to see what's going on, what it is that they are saying, all of these things, so we can keep a tally of what it is that they said they want to do. So let's switch over back to the Trump rally. I think this is okay. We're on the Trump rally. Not this one. Sorry, y'all. Here we go. We back at the Trump rally right now. Let's see what's going on over here.
I've got to thank my beautiful bride, Heather, who's sitting over here. What a great day to be a Montanan. I'm Troy Downing, and I'm incredibly proud to have Donald Trump's the next president of the United States here today, and pretty soon I'm going to be able to say that Trump is in the house. Now, I'm incredibly proud to have President Trump's endorsement alongside my two fellow Trump-endorsed combat vets, Tim Sheehy and Ryan Zinke. But right now, I'm worried about our country. You know, we're facing an incredible amount of turmoil, all thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, which has been a complete disaster, threatening our economy, our security, our welfare, hurting working families, and making the American dream harder to reach. And what I want is, I want a strong business leader in the White House. I want someone who understands how to negotiate, understands the art of the deal.
Nice plug.
Not cackling Kamala, who will cave to outside interests, refuse to do what's right for this great nation. We need God and country first. Not woke politics. We need a president who, when the going gets tough, stands up with his fist in the air and fights. In short, we need Donald J. Trump. You know, Trump understands the need to maintain the strongest and best equipped fighting force on the planet. You know, peace through strength. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we have an increasingly woke military. We struggle to recruit service members. We've suffered the botched, unplanned, and deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan. I have a lot of friends in here that are veterans, and this is very personal to us. To add insult, let me just be clear. To add insult to injury, the Biden-Harris regime negotiated with terrorists and made a plea bargain with the mastermind of September 11th. They backpedaled. That doesn't excuse that oversight. Let's be clear. We're Americans. We never negotiate with terrorists.
I hear you. Okay, Bush.
When Tim Sheehy, Ryan Zinke, and I were running towards the fire when our nation was at war, Tim Walz fled while claiming he had carried weapons of war in Afghanistan. Now, look, I appreciate everyone who served, whether they deployed or not, but Walz is a complete phony. He's trying to steal the valor of those who have honorably fought and who have actually seen combat, not simply run the other way. Let's be clear. Harris, the border czar, stated, "I haven't been to the border, but I haven't been to Europe either." Well, the reason is clear. She can't find either on a map. To round out this leftist dream team, she's tagged a self-proclaimed neighborly socialist. Cackling Kamala and the socialist. Does that represent Montana? Does that represent America? Heck no. In short, Trump understands business. He understands the power of lowering taxes and the importance of secure borders. He understands national security, and he is desperately needed to right this ship. Kamala would be a disastrous escalation of a disastrous administration. The only thing that could make that administration worse is California's 3rd Senator, John Tester. We need to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House, and he needs reinforcements. We need to send in the SEALs. I know that Tim Sheehy and Ryan Zinke have his back. Steve Daines and I have his back. In Montana, do we have his back? Do we have his back? Absolutely. So I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank you for your enthusiasm. We all must show up in November, and we all must fight. God bless you all.
So that's what Kamala, y'all heard it the last time. I gotta mute that, cause I got in trouble last time. I got in trouble last time because I had on the music. Because every time they cut on music, right, it could give me a copyright strike. So I definitely had to switch that out. So yeah, I do want to go back over some things that Kamala Harris said during her actual speech. Let's go to the window capture. Display capture, window capture. All right. So I'm gonna pull this up real quick while we wait. While we're waiting for this. Let me turn this up. And I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna actually wait.
Where goodness. Oh, it's good to be back in Arizona. Good evening, everyone. Oh, my goodness. Thank you all so very much. Oh, it is good to be back. Let me just say, let me just start by thanking everyone who is here. Thank you all so very much. All of you. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We are going to do this. Yes, we are. And I want to thank all of the incredible leaders who are here, including Congressman Greg Stanton, your next United States Senator, Congressman Ruben Gallego, and my dear friend, United States Senator Mark Kelly. And let me just say, as Arizona knows, Mark is an extraordinary leader who has dedicated his life to the service of our nation as a fighter pilot, as an astronaut, and as a member of the United States Congress. And he has given so much to our country. He always fights for the people of Arizona. And I am so grateful, Mark, for your friendship and your leadership. And, of course, the phenomenal Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. There are also an incredible group of mayors with us today. Mayor Kate Gallego, Mayor Corey Woods, and Arizona co-chair of Republicans for Harris, Mayor John Giles.
I want to switch, but I'm going to get past this because I want to get into what she's saying. I really want to get into what she actually said.
So let me say, I have been clear. Now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the hostage deal done.
Yeah.
Now is the time. And the president and I are working around the clock every day to get that ceasefire deal done and bring the hostages home. So I respect your voices, but we are here to now talk about this race in 2024.
You know what's crazy is that they can talk about the hostage deal. She can talk about the hostage deal right now, but she cannot. One of the things she is not talking about, as far as any of this goes, is the fact that we don't just need a hostage deal, because the question has been for a while, is she going to do anything about peace in the Middle East? And I think because they had that incident at her last rally, she would have spoken to that. But again, she's disregarded that to talk about a hostage negotiations type of ordeal, which is cool, but as far as hostage negotiations, but the main thing is, what about the proxy wars that are creating these situations where we have hostages? What about that? How are we keeping our American citizens and people within side of the world, within side of our bounds, safe across the globe? As well as, I mean, it's just a lot going on there, but the foundation of it is, how do we stop the wars from continuing, the small skirmishes and all of these things? How do we politically move on the world stage so that we can have these things happen? I think that's way more fair to speak on than just addressing the elephant in the room. Does that make sense?
So, Tim Walz, so let's just say this. Besides being governor, the thing I've come to learn about Tim Walz that you have known and may learn more, he's an extraordinary person. He's known by many titles. To his wife, Gwen, he is husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is dad. To the people of southern Minnesota for 12 years, he was congressman. To his former high school students, he was Mr. Walls. And to his former high school football players, he was Coach. And in 88 days, the nation will know Coach Walls by a new title, Vice President of the United States.
I find it funny because she did not mention what the National Guard called him. What did the National Guard call him, Kamala? What did the National Guard call him? Because that's what I want to know. I want to know, what did the National Guard call this man? Because if the National Guard won't call in this man what y'all say he is, we got a problem.
So it's so good to be back in Arizona, and I thank you all for turning out today. This is an extraordinary, extraordinary thing. And Arizona, I'll also say this, as exciting as this is, we cannot lose sight of a really important fact. We are definitely running as the underdog. We are the underdog. We are out in great numbers, but we got a lot of work to do. And this is going to be hard work, but I know we like hard work. Hard work is good work for all of us. Hard work is good work. And we will do it with joy.
I think it's apparent that they know that they're behind the curve. I think that no matter what they're saying in the polling, I think it's very apparent that they are having issues as far as who they're targeting and how they're getting that targeting done. So we can't sit here and lie and say, oh, well, you know, we're making the progress that we need to get to where we need to go, because it's just a lie, right? That's a huge lie to say that Kamala Harris is making big swath ground moves when with inside of their own position. They already know where they are. They're behind as far as it goes with campaigning against Trump. They're not in the lead, and they're not going to be in the lead because it's such a short race. And I think they did this on purpose to try to keep the momentum going. And I'm not mad at the fact that they're playing politics. We know that they're going to play politics. The thing about it is, are you playing good politics? Good politics would tell me that what you're doing as far as gaining grounds politically is working. And again, we still haven't gotten a real identity for who Kamala Harris is, or Kamala Harris.
And I know we are all clear about what we are up against.
I want to move forward just a little bit more.
Before I was elected vice president, I was an elected United States senator. Before that, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, an elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So I took on, in these roles, perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, scammers who broke the rules for personal gain. So Arizona, hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
Okay.
I do. In fact, I've been dealing with people like him my entire career. For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that scammed students.
I want to get past this because it's not really what. All of this stuff is just kind of framing Donald Trump is the big bad enemy that we should be fearing because he used capitalism, just as all of them have used capitalism to their gain. And it's wild the way that they kind of picture it and frame it. But I mean, it is what it is. Your regular college universities are ripping the kids off. So, I mean, what makes one legal and which one makes it illegal is who's on the side of the gun. It's really what it means. Who's on the side of power.
Our campaign is about two different visions for our nation.
All right, here we go.
One, ours, focused on the future. The other, focused on the past. And Arizona, we fight for the future. A future with affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid leave. A future where we build a broad-based economy where every American has an opportunity to own a home, to start a business, to build wealth. Here with us today, I know we have a number of Native leaders. And as president, I will tell...
I want to know what her plan is or what she's saying she wants to build a future for us to build wealth. But building wealth is going to be built off of how you run the economy as far as capitalism goes. Because to build individual wealth is an infrastructure that is only done with inside of it's not going to be done under communism, and it's not going to be under socialism. You don't build wealth under socialism, not personal wealth. That wealth is going to be done and brought to you through and by capitalism. So yes, we can have socialist agendas, placed within inside of the capitalist infrastructure. But if we're trying to go completely socialist, you will never see people coming out from the government's boot, because socialists believe in big government and government taking over the identity of the people. So your choices are not made by you as an individual. It's not even an illusion of the choice. It's actually the government telling you what your choice is. That's fundamentally un-American. It's fundamentally un-American. America is based off allowing people to have certain options. Now, I'm not saying all options, because some things just are a detriment to our country, right? But again, I want to know how she's going to build the economy if the current administration that they're in right now, with their particular policies, if we go way deeper, because Kamala Harris and her running mate, Mr. Walsh, they are far left from Joe Biden. So if we're going to go farther left of Joe Biden, and even with the Biden politics that we have right now, and the Biden policies we have, with those already in place, wouldn't that mean that we're not going to be able to get out of the economic situation that we're in right now? Because again, if we really want to be honest, Kamala Harris is not going to do anything different than what Joe Biden is doing right now, right? The main things that she probably is going to do is probably her issues with immigration. she's going to bolster the opening of the borders and the demise of American cities around the country without any kind of effort to creating businesses or business efforts to create a better foundation for Americans to be able to thrive in the country. You can't thrive in a country if you can't make money. That's what people are leaving their countries for opportunity to make money. But America, yes, it's a melting pot, but it's not an interstate or an interstate highway for global economy. No country has ever done this. The moment you start bringing people to be a grand highway for global, on a globalist scale, the moment you start doing that is the moment that you start to create issues for your economy, especially with a struggling economy off of the back of COVID. Let's check in and see what they're doing. All right, they still.
I will always honor.
Again, I don't trust globalists. I will never trust a globalist.
Tribal sovereignty and respect tribal self-determination.
So I think I want to go back to what she said. She spoke directly to the Native community and said what she was going to do for the Native community. This is something that Dr. Umar Johnson was talking about before, where she will say what she specifically is going to do for a specific group of people. But then when it comes to the people who she's pandered to try to get votes from, i.e. the black community, she sat here and said she will do nothing for them, but she's saying and stating out loud what she's going to do for the Native community. Now, I have no qualms against the Native community at all. I think that they should be able to have everything promised to them that the Democrats are promising to them. However, to say to a whole swath of Americans, specifically African Americans, I'm not going to do anything specifically for you, but in your other speeches, you speak in to other communities and telling these other communities what they're going to give to them. So she's spoken to natives, she's spoken to women, she hasn't, I don't know what she's going to, I don't understand how she's going to win, this election, how she's going to win this election by, again, separating groups of people and then creating policies for individuals while marginalizing other groups of people. That sounds like racism to me. I don't know. Just sounds like racism to me.
Fight for the future.
I guess this is the future, right? Hold on, let me pause this. They doing something. I don't know what's going on.
These are dangerously liberal policies that benefit illegal immigrants and criminals, not us. These are criminals for Kamala.
Oh, they got a little trailer going on talking about criminals for Kamala. Yeah, they did. They had the same idea as me.
A future with affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid leave.
Okay, so we're going back to the affordable care of paid leave for women.
We build a broad-based economy where every American has an opportunity to own a home, to start a business, to build wealth.
I want to know how she's going to do this.
Here with us today, I know we have a number of Native leaders. And as president, I will tell you, I will always honor tribal sovereignty and respect tribal self-determination. And fight for a future where every Native person can realize their aspirations and every Native community is a place of opportunity.
Okay, so she spoke again. She's speaking directly to the Native community. Again, I don't have any issues with anybody as far as their particular section of America. But again, this is speaking directly to what many black people have said. They only care about us when it comes to them getting the vote, right? But when it actually comes to them speaking to us directly and getting us actually having something tangible, the only thing that they giving us is a bunch of pleasantries. And this is really what she's doing right here. Is she's giving the Native community pleasantries. Yeah, we're gonna respect your sovereignty and this and the third. But again, where's the policies that are gonna do these things? Because they're not a part of the Harris Biden administration. And we can't say it's a part of the Harris Biden administration, because if it was a part of the Harris Biden administration's push and agenda, we would have already seen that happening with their administration, right? She wouldn't have to tout what she's going to do. She would be saying what she's already done and then say what she's going to do to move forward from what they've already done. But again, she's the incumbent. She's a part of that. She's a part of that political atmosphere that we have right now. We can't remove her out of that. She's a part of the problem. And now she's saying she's going to give all of these promises to the American people when she becomes president, but she didn't have that power to do anything as a vice president, even though we know that they were operating as a shadow coup against Joe Biden. So you're not going to tell me they weren't in Joe Biden's ear at points and period. You're just not going to lie to me and say that they weren't, because it wasn't Joe that wanted to step down. They made Joe step down.
We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families, so that they have the chance not just to get by, but to get ahead.
But we already have y'all in power to do so. You're a vice president, meaning you are somebody who can advise the president on how to do policy. And if you don't have any policy already, and this is the problem what I have with people saying that disregard the fact that Kamala Harris doesn't have any policy anywhere that she's written down. The problem with that is, if she already knows what the issues are, she should already have policies already written. Don't tinkle on me and tell me it's raining. Don't tinkle on my leg and tell me it's raining. Because again, she's already in the seat of power to see all things that are going on. She's the vice president. She sees everything that's going on. Now, you want us to turn a blind eye to the fact that you are the vice president right now. All of these promises, but all of this trash and everything that's going on is happening under your watch. The economy going bad under your watch. The whole immigration issue under your watch. The disenfranchisement of multiple different people's group under your watch. And y'all are supposed to be the party who's pushing for the betterment of people, to the point where we talk about diversity. So if you're going to sit up here and say, oh, well, I got to be president in order for me to make these things happen, you are lying. It's period. You're lying. I don't trust it.
Because look, while our economy is doing well by many measures, prices...
Is she gonna sit up here and lie like that? She gonna sit up here and lie to us in our face like that? The what? The economy is doing well by many measures? You mean during COVID and now? Yeah, we're doing better than we were in COVID. But you're right now, you're the one who's seated in power. So if you're seated in power right now, and you're saying that, and we can visually see, we saw the timeline of events of how the economy is tanking right now, right? We see it. For our own, right in front of our own two eyes, we've seen all the reports, we've seen everything going on. But you're going to sit there and say, oh, the economy's doing well. You are lying, ma'am. You're lying.
For everyday things like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it.
And these are all Trump talking
When
points.
I
I
was
don't know
Attorney
why.
General, I went after price-fixing schemes.
Right now, they're giving you Trump talking
And when
points.
I am president, I will continue that work to bring down prices. I will take on...
These are Trump talking points.
I will take on big corporations that engage in illegal price gouging. I will take on corporate landlords that unfairly raise rents on working families. I will take on...
The problem with that is the rents are already high. So you would have to... So the only way the Democrats would know to do this is to create more vouchers for people to be able to live, to cut the cost of where pricing is already. Because we know the Democrats, they like to do things like, let's just throw some money let's throw a couple $1 billion at this, maybe $1 trillion at this. Let's throw this money at it and raise the debt ceiling and say, hey, if we throw money at this, that means that, you know, we can say that the rent is going down. But it's really not the rent that's going down. You're going to have to pay more in taxes in order for that to happen. It's going to be a lot of red tape wrapped around that. And I guarantee you it's not going to be the thing that y'all want. I promise you it's not going to be what y'all want.
Big Pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans.
She's not really against Big Pharma. I hope y'all know that. She's not against Big Pharma.
And all of this is to say, unlike Donald
The Affordable
Trump,
Care Act is
I will
definitely a
always
Big Pharma
put
you
the
mentioned.
middle class and working families first.
But again, she says she's always going to do that, but her track record does not say that she's worked for these families. Her track record says it. Her own track record says she's not really there for small earning families, lower income families, the middle class family. Her track record shows us this.
Because you see, Coach Walls and I know the middle class built the United States of America. And when the middle class is strong, America is strong.
So are we going to do government intervention to help the middle class grow, or are we going to continue the policies that we're doing that's actually strengthening the middle class? I want to know, because socialism is not going to get us back a middle class. If you look at any socialist government, it is a two-tier government. There is no mid-tier. There is no middle class in these governments.
And while we work to move our nation forward, look, Donald Trump, be very clear, intends to move us backward. Just look, and we're not going back.
There we go with their favorite term. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. Okay. We're not going back. Going back to what?
But just look at his, Tim talked about it. Look at his Project 2025 agenda.
I hate the fact, so it's two things going on here. One thing I hate, and I hate to use the word hate, but it's just terrible, is the fact that they keep on trying to place Project 2025 on Trump. This is not a Trump position. Project 2025 is not a Trump position. It's never been a Trump position. So there's another lie. Trump is not pushing Project 2025. Trump already has everything that he wanted laid out on his website. And it's not Trump, it's not Project 2025. There is no endorsement of Project 2025 from Trump. The other part about this is that, let's go back a couple of seconds.
To move our nation forward, look, Donald Trump, be very clear, intends to move us backward.
What does this mean to move us backwards? Backwards to what exactly? Are you saying before the Affordable Health Care, the CARE Act? Because Trump never tried to demolish the Affordable Care Act. He never did that. It was in place when he was president. The Affordable Care Act was in place. He could have did that in his first term. Again, go back to what? Doing well? Because right now, you are in power, man. And because you're in power, guess what? You get the blame for what's going on right now. You don't get to say that Trump did anything during your administration to undermine your administration, because you're the one with the influence. You're the one with the pen. You're the one with the power. You're the one with the ear of the president. You're the one with the ear of the Senate. You're the one with the ear of the Congress. You're the one with the, you're sitting in this, to say that I'm a powerless vice president, or I'm powerless, or my administration is powerless as an incumbent, that's bad messaging. Because what you're saying is that you're powerless and you need more power. But how much power do you need, Kamala? You're at the top of the chain. That's crazy to me.
Just look, and we're not going back. Look at his, Tim talked about it. Look at his Project 2025 agenda. It's 900 plus pages. I can't believe they put that thing in writing, by the way. But
again, anybody who's informed knows that Project 2025, the whole 99-page document, is not a Trump platform. It's not. So to sit here and lie and say that that's what it is, anybody who wants to be informed about what Project 2025 is, all you got to do is go look. That's it.
when you look at it, when you read...
Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and do a video on Project 2025, since that's a talking point for everybody. And we're going to see what the man himself said.
Read it, you will see. Project 2025 is a plan to weaken the middle class. If he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give a tax break to billionaires and big corporations.
But that's what y'all... But this is what y'all did. This is what... Are we... Isn't that what y'all did? Yeah, okay.
He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare.
That's not what Donald Trump is
He
trying to do.
intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis. And Arizona, every day you feel the impact of extreme heat and drought. You know this crisis is real. He calls it a hoax. And on top of all of this, if Donald Trump wins in November, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. And take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was?
And that's hogwash. And the reason why that's hogwash is because President Trump agreed with the fact that we should not be denying people with pre-existing conditions. He said this while he was president. He was okay with that. He never took it out when he was president. So why would you think this time around he's just going to change up? Like, he's not y'all, ma'am. Y'all change up with the wind. You sitting up with this group of people and you talk a certain kind of way, you talk with it. Then you go around these people and you talk. Trump is always Trump. Trump is very keen on what it is that he says he's going to do. I don't know. I've never really seen him change up too much.
Remember what that was? He won't win. You're right.
What's crazy is, look at how she talking to the people that agree with her, but then when it came with them protesters a couple of days ago, she straight told them that she was talking. Don't talk while I'm talking. She admonished people who are on her side. The left gonna always eat the left.
We will win. We will win. And part of why we are going to win is because we remember, and we are smart, and we know what's happening, and we're not falling for the gaslighting, and we're not falling for the okie doke.
Yeah, we should say that about you, because they've been gaslighting us this whole time. Like these narratives and stuff like that have been the gaslighting that they've been doing, wanting us to believe that their future promises are not the promises that they had before, even though they're the ones in power right now. So that would lead me to believe and understand that you, ma'am, are telling us a lie, because you can't promise us something when you're already in power and you're not doing anything. Like, y'all never get nothing done and then blame somebody else as to why it didn't get done. Like, come on, man. Come on. That means you suck at strategy.
That's why. So look, America has tried so many of those failed policies before, and like we all know, we're not going back. We will move forward and take on the biggest issues facing our nation. For example, the issue of immigration. So I was Attorney General of a border state. I went after the transnational gangs, the drug cartels, and human traffickers. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. So I know what I'm talking about.
Prosecuted them for what?
We know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it.
So she's in power. Listen to what I'm saying. She's in power right now. She is the sitting vice president, as well as she was placed over the border. She knows what's wrong with the border, but she needs to become president in order to fix the issues with the border. Even though she was the one who was in control of the border and given that control over the border by the sitting president. Make that make sense? If you vote for me as president, guess what? I'll fix the border situation, even though I'm the one that's supposed to be doing the border right now. How does that make sense? And watch, she gonna find some kind of way. And watch, she has found some type of way to actually move the goalposts and say, I ain't had no control over the border, therefore Donald Trump. Watch it. Just watch it. They're always gonna lean back to, oh, therefore Donald Trump.
Comprehensive comprehensive reform that includes strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship.
She said strong border security, even though we don't have strong border security under this current administration. It don't make sense to me. Make it make sense.
But
Make
Donald
it make
Trump
sense.
does not want to fix this problem.
Make it make sense. We want stronger border security, but in the last 4 years of you being the incumbent administration, y'all have done absolutely nothing to secure the borders. Nothing. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense.
Be clear about that. He has no interest or desire to actually fix the problem.
Let's see
He
what's
talks a
going
big
on.
game about border security, but he does not walk the walk. Earlier this year, everybody here knows, earlier this year we had a chance to pass the toughest bipartisan border security bill in decades. But Donald Trump tanked
There you
the
go.
deal.
Donald Trump tanked the deal with the Republicans about border control. As a former president who's running for president, and he had more power in government. Listen to what you're saying. Donald Trump had more power to control the government as a former government than the current administration that's in power right now. Again, make it make sense. I got the power right now. I'm sitting in a seat. But you want me to believe you are powerless against somebody who's not in power. That means your voice don't ring clear, ma'am. You don't got no power. So if you're powerless as the vice president in an administration that's in power, then that means when you become president, or if you ever become president, you're going to act like you're powerless against Donald Trump. Because this is going to be a back and forth until he gets back president. Because if he becomes president again, you do 4 years, he's out of here. He don't got another chance. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Because he thought by doing that it would help him win an election.
The problem is with this is the borders were already a problem after he left. This whole scenario about, and then Congress even said, you are the blame for what's going on at the border. They said it. It's already documented. It's your fault for the border. You particularly. You and your administration, because you were called the lead and the head on black and white of what the border was supposed to look like. So again, if that's what you're telling us right now, bro, you're tripping. We don't believe you. We don't believe you, ma'am. I'm sorry. You got to get another sucker. You got to get another sucker. I'm sorry.
But when I am president, I will sign the bill.
How are you going? Okay. How are you going to sign a bill that's not going to get through if it didn't get through the first time? Somebody make this make sense. You're going to push the same bill again through the same Congress that denied it the first time, right? The same Congress that denied it the first time. Matter of fact, you're going to have some seats that flip this time. I promise you. A lot of these seats going to flip. They're not going to be Democrat no more. So you're going to be a president with less power to control Congress because they're going to be more Republican. And then you're going to try to sit here and say, oh, I'm president and I'm going to sign it. Do we not know that it has to pass through Congress? It has to go through another passing phase in order for it to get to your desk, ma'am. So that means that y'all could have passed it, but y'all didn't have the power to do so. Again, this is all weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It's very odd, the conversation we're having right now. What they say? They got a bill. I don't know what they said on that gent.
So Arizona, ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. The freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her.
So we're fighting gun rights, and we're fighting for Roe v. Wade. That's what she's running on.
What to do. And on that last point, understand how we got here. When he was president, Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court.
And they don't always agree with Trump at all. Like, we're talking like these people are controlled by Republicans. They're not. Their ideology might be right, conservative leaning, but they're not controlled by a particular party.
Tension that they would overturn and undo the protections of Roe v. Wade.
And this is another big red flag. It's a red flag lie. It's a red flag lie that they turned back the that's not what happened. They took it out of the federal, off of the federal level, and gave it back to the states. The states can do whatever it is that they want to. If you want that policy to be placed in your government and codified at the state level, go and do that. But guess what? That means that you people who are voting right now, you people who are trying to be a part of the government right now and voting and thinking about voting and all of these things that are going on as far as Roe v. Wade goes, guess what you got to do? You got to vote during the general elections too, your state elections too. You got to vote locally as well. You got to pay attention to the politics of the land as well. But you're distracted. You're distracted.
And as he intended, they did. And now, in over 20 states in our nation, there is a Trump abortion ban.
Show me anywhere in America that there's a Trump abortion ban. Show it to me. Show it to me where there's a Trump abortion ban. Show it to me. I would love to see that. I want to see that. Show it to me. Where Trump is in control of these state legislators that say we're doing this because Trump. Show it to me. Abortion has always been an item for Republicans for a very long time. We're not going to sit here and say that that at this point in time, oh no, you know, this, that, and the third, we need to get rid of Roe v. Wade because of Trump. This was already an issue that they were already having conversations about. So to try to say that it's Trump's issue, you're reaching. You're definitely reaching on that one.
Arizona with no exceptions, even for rape or incest. And just yesterday, in a press conference, we got a fresh reminder of what Donald Trump's Project 2025 agenda would do. It would ban medication abortion in every state.
He never said that. Where is she getting this from? Or if you're getting this from Project 2025, that's not Trump's platform. And see, this is, yes, they're playing politics right now. She's playing dirty too. She's playing dirty politics because she's poisoning in the well. So anybody who's listening to her is going to believe that Trump, she knows nobody is really going to go out there and read that thing. She knows nobody's going to go out and read it. But we're going to go ahead and do it. I think that's what we're going to want to do. We're going to want to break down what Project 2025 is in parts, because I ain't going to be, I don't want to read that whole thing. We're going to have to break that jump down in parts. And we're going to have to see exactly what it says, what it intends to do, who it's for, who wrote it, all of these things. We're going to have to establish all of these things first. Because they keep lying about it and keep saying things that are in there are what Trump policies are. And we got to establish what Trump's policies are first. And we can go to the website and see what his policies are.
But we are not going to let that happen because we trust women.
There we go with the feminism, with the raving feminism. Guess what? This raving feminism is not going to work on a mass majority of Americans. I guarantee you that. It's not going to work on a mass majority of Americans. Good way to alienate 50% of the population.
And when I am President of the United States, and when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedoms for every woman in America, I will sign it into law.
So abortion. So we got abortion. These are the things she's talked about. She's talked about doing abortion. She's talked about codifying abortion at the federal level. Talked about codifying gun rights and gun violence. She's talked about Native Americans, specifically to the Native American community. Again, I find it kind of odd that she's spoken to a particular community, but the community that she's pandered to, she really hasn't talked to. And I said that before, but I have to keep reiterating. I just find it odd that they're running with this as if, you know, she's the great black hope, and she's really not. Like, this is not Obama. She thinks she's Obama, but this is not Obama. Let's see what's going on. Let's go live. Trying to figure out what's going on the Trump side.
So listen, here's the thing that we all know. Here's the thing we all know. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, the baton is in our hands. Each and every one of us. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
The question is, what does that even mean? Because we already have established rights for votes. But that would mean that we're trying to politicizing the right to vote to go somewhere else. And it really is, they want illegal immigrants to be able to vote in our elections. That's really what it is. If you're in the country, you deserve the right to vote, and that should never be. You should never want an injection of foreign ideologies placed into your government. That's un-American. It's very un-American. Let's see what's going on. In Trump land, let's see what's going on over there. That's actually dangerous policy.
To live safe from gun violence will finally pass an assault weapons ban, universal background checks, and red flag laws.
So, again, the term assault weapon is loaded. It's loaded. Assault weapons ban is a gun ban. Any high capacity, you're going to say any high capacity weapon is going to be considered as an assault weapon. And they're trying to ban assault weapons or high capacity weapons for all Americans as if that's going to stop gun violence. That's not going to stop gun violence because guns still get into the country, right? Now, when we look at this, when we talk about the Second Amendment and the ability for somebody to protect their property, especially from the government, guess what we have? Those who are law-abiding citizens are not the ones that are in trouble. It's those who are not law-abiding citizens. Anybody who's not a law-abiding citizen is in trouble. That's who's in trouble. Law-abiding citizens are in trouble because they do the work of being responsible gun owners. But guess who doesn't care? People who purchase and buy illegal firearms. They still gonna have high capacity guns. They still gonna have bump stocks. They don't care. So the opposite of that is to make sure that people are staying protected. But y'all don't want that. Y'all think guns are the problem. It's not the guns that are the problem. It's the people. They have stabbing or knife violence in the UK. Like, come on, bro. We gotta be serious about this. This is not common sense gun policy. And a lot of these things is what's gonna make her lose. She's on a losing end of what Americans believe as a whole. Americans as a whole aren't behind abortion like that. Americans as a whole are with these feminist policies. Americans as a whole are not for gun bans. That's not what Americans as a whole want, because a lot of people are gun owners. We got more guns in the United States than any other country on the planet.
Is on the line in this election. And understand, this is not
NRA is on her neck now.
And this is not 2020. You know, this time around, the stakes are even higher. And that's because last month, United States President.
Yeah, that was the end of that. It was definitely the end of that. Let's see what they got going on.
Montana Talks Radio, and I'm a private practice litigator attorney where I'll sue anybody if they want to try to mess with our stuff. I'll defend our election integrity laws in court if it takes it. I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, I love the fight in you. It's because of people like you that we keep fighting, because we feed off of each other, and so people here want to fight as well. How important, going back to the congressional seats, because that's a big reason why President Trump is here tonight. How important is that for Montana? Because we just need a few more seats to take the Senate, and Montana could be that state to help us do that.
Yeah, I think the people of Montana recognize that Donald Trump is going to win this state, and so we're focused on John Tester and defeating these Democrats in these other congressional races, which they're radicals. They're all radicals. They just lie and pretend they're not radicals, but they really are. You know, deep down, they're really radicals. These are people that support Kamala Harris. They want to get rid of fossil fuels. They want to mandate electric vehicles. They want to force inappropriate topics on little kids. They want to be, like, it's just crazy.
It really is crazy. And you know, when you think of Montana, you think of this red state, which is great. You voted Trump in 2016, 2020. We know feeling very good about 2024. But when you talk about the issues that you're seeing here in the state, it's the same issues that are going on around the rest of the country. It's very scary to think that Montana is seeing those same issues.
It really is. And we just have the Democrats in here that they pretend to be Montana Democrats, and then they go to D.C. and they vote with the Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris, and then the mainstream media covers for them, which is why I value so much what you do and what I do on AM talk radio in Montana, you know.
And so we have to get the rhinos out of the office, because they make these promises when they're campaigning, but they get to Washington and they vote with Kamala, and they vote with your Pelosi's, and they vote with Biden, and they're not voting for what the Montana people that they voted in. We are the people, they are serving us, and they forget about that when they get to Washington.
Oh, totally. And I mean, even
fighting for Montana, fighting for the country. So good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for watching RSBN too.
Thank you so much. Go RSBN, Trump 2024.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Good talking to some of these people from Montana as we get ready for President Donald Trump. Running a little behind tonight, but that's okay. He did have some technical problems on his plane earlier, so he had to make an emergency landing in Billings, Montana, but he is on his way. He's fine. I had a lot of people texting me and messaging me on social media asking if the president is fine. He's fine. He's going to be here tonight. The plane just had a couple of little issues, and they made that emergency landing, but all is well in Trump world here tonight in Montana. Taking a look at the crowd behind us, everyone is on their feet waiting for the president, just enjoying a good night. He should be here within about 30 minutes or so on stage, so stick around as we wait for the president. The people here really loving the congressional candidates who are in this race come November, and just ready to head to the polls. They want a fair election. They want an honest election. They want to save this state, and they want to save this country.
Yeah, it's, you know, there's so many people here that are just, you know, incredibly excited. They want to see a safe and fair election. They want to know that their vote counts. You know, and that's what's most important. And now that I'm looking around, there's not a single seat left in the House. If you want to talk about crowds, there's standing room only. In this entire building, the entire room is just filled with people. Standing room only, every seat, top to bottom, 100% filled. This is truly a sight to see. If you have not been to it and you love our country, this is the rallies that you have to go to.
It's not as if anybody cares about crowd sizes or anything. So. Wow. Let me begin by giving a few thanks to some people here and a few dear folks to us. First of all, I want to thank Arizona for sharing Senator Mark Kelly and Gabby Giffords with the rest of the country. Gabby was a classmate of mine in '06, and they are both national treasures. Thank you, Arizona. Also had the privilege of serving with Congressman Gallego, and I'll have to tell you, he was an amazing colleague, and I have to tell you, he's going to be an amazing senator. But we get a twofer with Ruben because we know who is never going to be a United States senator. To all the local elected officials, thank you, but the most important thank you to each and every one of you. Look, you took time out of your busy lives. You found babysitters, you took time off work, you walked for miles in. Look, I'm a Minnesotan, I'm like a damn snowman, I'm melting here. We walk on water half the year in Minnesota, it's so damn cold, but not you, you came. And you came into this space with neighbors. And you came here for one beautiful, simple reason. You love this democracy. I'll tell you what. Wow. Well, I couldn't be prouder to stand with you, and I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket. You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. This is a leader who wakes up every day on the side of the American people. She will take on the predators, she will take on the fraudsters, she will take on the transnational gangs, and she will stand up to the corporate interest and put middle America first. And she's been effective. She's been willing to reach across the aisle no matter what, just to make sure it improves people's lives. And I'll have to tell you, I know a little something about commitment to people. Some of you heard this. I was born in a small town in Nebraska. And we talk about small towns. These are those Nebraskans that moved out here for the winter, so. But look, small town was all about community. My mom and dad, they taught us to show some care to your neighbors, show some generosity, work towards a common good, be a decent human being to your neighbors. My dad, and some of you know him in here, you had him, a chain-smoking Korean War-era veteran, cared about his community, but 2 days after I turned 17, he took me down to join the Army National Guard. And for 24 years, I proudly wore that uniform. I'm proud of that service, but what my nation gave my dad and millions of others and me was an opportunity to use the GI Bill to get a college education. My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I all became teachers. And we married teachers. I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies for 20 years. And you might have heard, coaching a state championship football team. Now if the Vikings could just win, that would be the Weber. And look. That worked better near Green Bay, I'll tell you. So, look, it was my students. It was my students who encouraged me to run. They saw in me what I hope to instill in them, a commitment to a common good. The belief, the true belief, that one person, one of us in here, can make a difference in somebody's life. I wasn't very politically savvy because I did not know it when I decided to run for Congress that there had been one other Democrat elected in that district since 1892. But my neighbors believed, and they graced me with an opportunity to serve them in the United States Congress for 12 years. And I'm proud of the work I did as ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee, working on the Agriculture Committee. And I worked hand in hand with Republicans to make sure that we were crafting legislation that improved the lives of veterans and people all across this country. I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. And as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I brought all of those experiences to the challenges facing the state of Minnesota. This idea about a common good, this idea about something bigger than ourselves, this idea of kindness, generosity, and compassion, that this building, which I have been told, by the way, might be the largest political gathering in the history of Arizona. I think it's safe to say Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than we do. First and foremost, and be very clear about this, he doesn't know the first thing about service. It's hard to provide service when you're too busy serving only yourself. Again and again and again, Donald Trump weakens our country to strengthen his own hands. You've watched him mock our laws. You watched him sow chaos and division at every opportunity. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. As governors, he froze during COVID and pitted us in a hunger game against our neighbors to try and find basic life-saving needs. And because of him, our neighbors died. By failing to address COVID, he drove the economy into the ground. And let's be very clear.
Yeah, I got a problem with his.
The statistics and the facts
I got
are
a
clear
problem
about
with
this.
how he talked
Violent
about COVID.
crime was up under Donald Trump. And we don't even have to count his crimes in that to make it up. So, still. Look, those. Better yet, beat the hell out of him at the ballot box. Beat the hell out of him at the ballot box. Look, you and I, especially the gray hairs in the crowd, we know our relatives. Republicans used to be the people talking about freedom. Not this group. When they talk about freedom, it means that the government should be free to invade your exam room with your doctor. Look, in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. We maybe wouldn't make the same choices, but we respect them. And I know in Minnesota and in Arizona and places across this country, you know what makes society work best? Is when you learn a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business. We don't need it.
Yeah, but that what's funny about this is their policies are going to lead us to understand that we need larger government, like bigger government. The Democrats always go for a bigger government. the Republicans never really go for big government. They are very much so a party of small government. This is why we get all of these cuts and all of these different things as it concerns Americans, because they're trying to get they want the government to do less, right? The less the government is in your personal lives, and the more they can pass it down to the states, the better, right? But we're not going to sit here and say, oh, well, the Republicans are trying to be in your business, right? When you're the party that goes for big government. You can't get away from that. You're never going to get away from the fact that the Democrats are the party of big government. They just are. They always have been. Their policies are always about making sure that government is all up in your business. Like, that's what they do. I don't know why we're sitting here and I don't get it. And he's way better of an orator than Kamala Harris. So he's way better of an orator than Kamala Harris by a long shot. I can actually listen to him, and I can see why they would pick him as a running mate for Kamala Harris. I don't know specifically what he would do for the administration as far as how that would work, but I can really see why it is that they chose him. He's a very good orator. He's very good at rallying the crowd up. I can see from this speech, I would have to watch the other speeches of his to kind of see how he does, but I can see why he won. He's very good. He has the gift of gab. He definitely does have a gift of gab, and he has he's very good at speaking to the common people commonly. All right.
I don't need you telling me what books to read. I don't need you telling me about what religion we worship. And I sure the heck don't need you to tell me about my family.
Wait, first and foremost, the Republicans not the ones that's pushing all of these new books. And you see how he playing fast and loose with this. It's like, oh, you're telling me, but your policies are the ones who are telling people and how they operate within their families and all of this stuff. These are y'all's policies, not Republican policies. Republicans are pretty much tame as far as how those things go when you talk about conservative values and just keeping the society inside of the confines of what it's always been and what's identified as what society should look like, no matter what country or place you go to, at large, right? Inside of what we call the civilized world. Civilization is the way that it is, right? It is this party and this type of ideology, because we can go throughout the West and see this ideology that is choosing to say, this is what we need, this is what we want. We want to make sure that that we're changing what family looks like and ethics look like and all of these things. You guys are the ones who are the party of change. That's what y'all say. So you're not the status quo. And this is what Democrats like to tout and what they like to talk about. They like to talk as if they are the status quo, and they are the ones who are not changing what it is. But you can't have it both ways. You can't say you're the status quo and then say you're doing change. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So the whole moniker of we're not going back kind of fits that narrative of we are the new kids in town and this is what we're going to do, even though we're talking about an incumbent administration. Like, when you really look at this guy is the epitome of both Bernie, and he's Bernie and Joe rolled all in one for Obama. So you got them trying to repeat the imagery of Obama, right, all over again. But how she's pushing these policies are not how Obama pushed his policies. Obama pushed his policies by serenading the people, right? he didn't really say too much about what his policies were when he was running. He amped the people up as far as how they would do things, right? He didn't really speak to the core of the policies. He did mention them, but the core of his message was all about hope. We can't get away from that. We're not going to get away from that. So again, I would be careful about these people. I would be very careful about these people, because they say that their policies are a certain way, and when you really listen to it, they're not really giving the people anything tangible. But we do know what they're hardcore on, because that's what they're speaking on, right? We know Kamala Harris is pushing abortion, the agenda to codify abortion on the federal level. We know that. We've seen it. We know that she's pushing for more agendas to help the feminist agenda. We know that. We know that she's going to go after guns, firearms specifically. We know that. So again, I just asked the question: who you voting for, and what's the reason? And are you voting for somebody because they're helping you, or because you feel like it's a better way to go? They still waiting for President Trump. He has some issues with his plane, so they still waiting for that. Look, I'm probably the only conservative that's doing live streams at the moment that's gonna give you both sides. So I'm watching what they're talking about, so I can see what it is that Trump is going to counterbalance that with.
This one's
because I know he watched it.
personal for me. This one's personal for me, about IVF and reproductive care. When my wife and I, my wife of 30 years, because yes, we share family values, we just make our own damn choices about our family. But when we wanted to have children, we went through years of fertility treatment. And I remember it was like it was yesterday, just waiting for good news. And then the phone would ring and you would be tensed up, and then you would hear that the treatments had failed. It would blot out the sun, that you just wanted something so beautiful and so simple to have a child. And then one day, and it wasn't by chance, when that news came and we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. We named her Hope. I'm not crying, you're crying. So when Vice President Harris and I talk about freedom, we're very clear. We mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And for all of our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom. And in Minnesota, believe me, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. I remind my colleagues, when I was in Congress, Ruben could tell this story, for 3 years in a row I was the top gun in the congressional trap shoot, so we can shoot better than them too, just by the way. When Vice President Harris talks about freedom, it's when freedom is when education is a ticket to the middle class, not crippling student loan debt. And this building and what we believe in, we are people that settle our political differences not through violence, but through voting. It's a simple. Imagine every person in here is going to vote, and every person in here is going to get 10 other people to vote. And let's just go ahead and not go through this thing that it's so close. Let's just win big, people. Let's just win big. That's our choice. How often you get a choice so simple that this is going to decide the direction of our country? We have 87 days to decide the direction we're going to go. And I've been saying it. We can do anything for 87 days. Anything. And my mantra is, and look, you can see it on me over the last 5 days, we'll sleep when we're dead. We'll sleep when we're dead. Not now. Not now. Look, you know it, and I know it, but I think we need to be reminded. You know exactly what Donald Trump's plans are. You know which direction he's taking us. Don't believe this guy. Don't believe, that's like, listen, no one in here believes this guy, so anyway. But don't believe it when he's playing dumb about this Project 2025. He knows exactly what it'll do. They are not playing. They wrote their plan out. But just like they're getting arrogant about it, they're saying the quiet stuff out loud. It'll take our freedoms. It'll rig the economy for the super rich. It'll underfund veterans. And you know that if he goes back again, he's not only going to let go where he left off, it is going to be much, much, much worse.
I got a problem because under Trump, veterans actually got way more. Under Trump, veterans got the biggest jump in payment out of any other president. I don't know who he's talking about. I'm a veteran. I know this. I got the biggest jump. I think it was like 5 to 8% jump in how we get paid. Like that's a lie for one. And then the other thing that he said, let's go back to it a little bit.
Imagine every person in here is going to vote, and every person in here is going to get 10 other people to vote. And let's just go ahead and not go through this thing that it's so close. Let's just win big, people. Let's just win big. We'll sleep when we're dead. Back again, he's not only going to let go where he left off, it is going to be much, much, much worse. So look, rising costs, pulling health care from us, you know the whole routine. Look, I get this too.
But he didn't do any of that stuff when he was president the first time, and that's a problem. Because they keep on saying we're going back to these policies that he had before, but the honest truth is he didn't change anything that he did before. Like it's kind of odd. Hold on. I think we got movement. Okay. They got another speaker over there. They got another speaker. I was trying to make sure that I wasn't tripping. They still waiting for President Trump. But yeah, so I mean, it's just kind of odd the way that they framing it, and they make it seem as if we didn't live through the experience. And I don't like it when either party does this. Is they make it seem as if we all didn't live through the experience of the last 4 to 8 years, right? That you can't fool me and say that, oh, he's going to take these things away from veterans and blah, 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 when that's not what he did. He didn't do any of that stuff.
I know I'm preaching to the choir, a damn big and beautiful choir. But practice is over, people. The choir needs to sing. The choir needs to sing. Trump's not fighting for your family. He doesn't give a damn. And his running mate shares the same dangerous, twisted, backward agenda. Yeah, every kid in my class of 25 studied at Yale, had their career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then writes a book trashing the very people who raised you. I've said it, it wasn't a name, it was an observation. These guys come up with the weirdest damn ideas that you will ever imagine. You know it's true. But here's the good news. We know the stakes. We know who they are. When they told us, we believed them. We know what's coming. But here's the big thing about it is, that's a reality that's not going to happen because the people in this building and millions across the country. This is a campaign about the future. We know what's there. We know it can come. We're not people who are afraid of the future. We shape the future. Kamala Harris believes in the freedom to make your own choices. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to enter the middle class. And she believes something so beautiful. She believes in the promise of America. The promise of America. So I want to say thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you placed in me. And I want to say something else, that this incredible leader, this incredible woman has brought to this fight. She has brought back compassion and decency and humor and joy to our politics. So Arizona, bring that joy with you, bring those smiles, bring that positive future as you join me in welcoming the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
And I'm going to stop right there because y'all know I can't. The music. The music is crazy. The music is crazy. So again, like, we having this conversation, right? And it's very important for us to look at and address all of the things that are being said. And again, this whole saying that Trump is a part of Project 2024, it's just ridiculous. We got to stop saying this stuff. We got to stop saying it. It's just not true. I know we're doing politics and all of this stuff. And I know, like, in the next 4 years, most people are going to forget they even said it. Most people are going to negate the fact that they even said these things. They just going to forget it. They just not going to remember. They're going to be like, oh, they said it, but, you know, blah, 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 blah. They're not really going to pay it any attention in the next couple of years. And you know, that's just kind of how things go. That's how politics operate. We do this thing every 4 years, and every 4 years, everybody gets amnesia about what's going on as far as the government goes. And we're going to have to live with that simple fact that that's how this thing goes. We just forget every 4 years of what's going on. Nobody's really keeping track of what it is that's going on in the government. We just don't keep track like that. That's just really what it is. We don't keep track. But saying that, Aiden Ross actually did a video. I want to watch this real quick. Aiden did a video, as it concerns the interview he had with President Trump. Let's go look at that. I want to look at that real quick.
I have to take that Rolex back. There's a presidential Rolex that I gave President Trump. I have to take it back, and I'm just gonna give it to Baron Trump. All right. So Hassan, you're right, bro. All right. I'm not giving it to President Trump anymore. We are giving it to Baron. Okay. Baron is receiving that watch. So I'm just letting you know right now. Just letting you know. All right. As far as the Cybertruck, my dad is driving it around, man. My dad loves it. My dad's getting comments, pictures everywhere. My dad loves it. So that was a rental. I just paid for it. I didn't give a fuck. My dad was like, Aiden, you can't give that back, man. What do you mean? He's like, Aiden, the president sat in that car. I'm like, yeah. He's like, Aiden, that could be worth insane. And on top of that, I would never sell it. You know, my dad's the biggest Trump fan ever. Bro, my dad and Trump were chopping it up after the stream for like 30 minutes. I swear to God, bro. My dad and Trump were like, that shit was fire as f, bro. Trump looks at me, he says, this is what he says before the last words. He's like, Aiden, the next one we'll do at the White House. Smile on his face, walks out. Hey, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. If Aiden X White House stream happens, chat, I ain't gonna lie. But chat, I'm gonna be real with you guys, bro, and I want to just tell you guys the power of you guys. I don't think you guys understand the power that you guys have. You guys showed the President of the United States how powerful this community is by showing them that we are better than any press. Streaming is the new press. All this other press, the news, CNN, and all that shit is all ass. Like,
I literally said this. I told this to older people. I told it to them. I said, look, y'all got to understand that the way y'all do things and the way things are going to get done politically is going to change. The fact that Donald Trump went on Aiden Ross's, and it wasn't like something that seemed like it was forced. He just said it, he wanted to do it, blah, 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 and it came to fruition, right? The fact that he was able to get that done at his age shows how much power he has as a voice for the younger community. And for what the younger men, because I think it's mostly males who watch Aiden Ross, if I'm not mistaken. Younger men inside of his demographic, which are a voting bloc, by the way, they're being ignored. This demographic is being ignored. I don't know if anybody knows this, but they are being ignored. They are. And people like Miss Harris are not paying attention. So it was that whole thing, that debacle that came out and said that they wanted Casanat to do, to actually do a stream with Kamala Harris, and Casanat was like, nah, I ain't doing that. I don't do politics. He stuck to his guns. I don't do politics. But I really think, like, as far as this goes, it was organic, right? He got the ability to speak to a lot of people. He got the ability to speak to a huge swath of people doing that. That was big. That was, out of everything that's happened, we've never seen a past president actually put streaming on this level. This is different. That's different. And if when Trump becomes president and he becomes, and he goes and he's able to do the stream with President Trump, oh man, that's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy. I don't think y'all understand historically what this means. You're gonna see a lot of politicians going on these podcasts. You're going to see politicians on podcasts soon. I'm trying to tell you, if you don't know the direction to which we're going, with all of this live stream going on, and everybody get to hop up on their Facebook and their YouTube and their Instagram and their TikTok and whatever other thing, and they get to go live stream for their interview. All of those bigger people, guess what? With the live streams, come on, bro. They're going to be going stupid. They're going to be going stupid.
Horrible. It's horrible. We made the most noise out of any other thing. And I don't really know how many live viewers we had. I don't really know. I wasn't paying attention to that. Kick had its issues in the beginning, which it's okay because they ended up, but there was one scary moment I want to share with you guys. I showed President Trump my chat, if you guys remember. And I shit you not, he saw like 5 comments. And one of them was Kodak White. So Kodak, you and I got to have a talk. On God, you're tripping. All right? On God, you're tripping. I don't know what setting you guys had it on. I don't know what the fuck you guys had it on. You know what I'm saying? But on God, he saw one of the Kodak White's little chats. All right? But we'll talk about everything, bro. There's probably so many questions that I have to answer, and there's so much that I want to talk about and all this stuff, and so many people talking to me off camera, rappers, athletes, everybody like, oh, yo, Aiden, bro, I want to say that I love Trump and all this stuff and endorse Trump, but I can't. Like, get the out of here, bro. Yes, you can, bro.
You can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And when it comes to politics and stuff, bro, this is not my lane. It's not my world. Obviously, like, I did this shit from you know, I really love President Trump and stuff, but you guys know I'm not going to go into a whole politic era. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that, chat. I'm not going to go to a whole era about it. But whenever I want to do a stream with Trump and stuff, if he ever wants to do it again, 100% I'm not going to say no to that. You know what I mean? So we're going to get through it today. We're going to talk about politics and stuff. And then after that, we're just going to try to move on to the next thing. Next week, got Fanatics Fest. We're kind of getting out of this political era. You know, there's nothing really. I'm not the brightest, the brightest knife in the drawer. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of clips to react to. We got a lot of stuff. Tomorrow we are doing a stream with. Do you guys know who Sergio is? Okay, Sergio Aguero. All right, he's a football player. He's a soccer player. You guys know who that is? All right. Basically, he's a legend. Okay, he's a legend, and him and I are doing a stream tomorrow with the greatest Argentinian streamer of all time, my dog Martin. All right. So if you guys don't know, man, they're in Miami. We're gonna do some fun. We're gonna do some IRL soccer. Chat. I'm gonna be real with you guys, bro. I'm hyped. I'm very, very excited. I wanted to make sure that we do this stream earlier because, you know, we were supposed to do it last night super late, and I wanted to make sure we have the soccer field early. So, chat, we are going to be doing a soccer stream IRL tomorrow. I'll bring Convi. I'm going to invite X2C tonight. It's going to be fun. Sunday, I'm going to probably do some pedal catching. We were supposed to do something on a yacht. The weather was horrible. I was like, I want to be a part of that one, so I was like, yeah. So we'll see about that one. So we'll look into that. Monday, figured out. Tuesday, figured out. I'm going to New York early. I gotta do some shit in New York. Flight Reacts said he cannot make it to Fanatics Fest. I still am gonna convince Los Polos. Hopefully, Flight said I'm dealing with some shit. He said I got some shit going on. So I feel Flight is a busy man, and Twitch I think just banned him and shit. So all that stuff, yeah. But we're gonna just reminisce that day. All right. So I want to just give a very big shout out to the following people. All right. If you are sorry about that, you're gonna hear an animal in my house. So guys, listen, I wanted to give a shout out to Jordan, Randy, and Citrus. And it's W's to all these people because
of Wakanda.
Guys, they came early as and they set everything up. And I have a genuinely good people around me who only want nothing but me to succeed. Hunter, yeah, you guys got jokes, huh? That's not even funny. You guys know Hunter's alive. My mom sent me a picture of Hunter. I swear to God, bro. I swear to God, my mom sent me a picture of Hunter. Swear to God, on my life. Don't put cap either. My mom literally sent me a picture of Hunter. I swear to God. All right. So my parents were super stoked, by the way. Super stoked, super proud of me, man. My dad.
So this goes on for like 20 minutes. I'm not really that interested. I wanted to see what he had to say about what he had to say about Trump, as far as their interaction and how that kind of transpired. But I think it's going to be a good thing for the young lad.
Innovating new technologies and ways every single day, and it's disgusting. You should be ashamed of that. Just like he attacks my war record, and you know why? He attacks my war record because he doesn't have one. He attacks my business because he's never started one. But let's put all that aside. Let's talk about what matters to Montanans. I can't outspend John Tester on the air. He's got way too much money. So I do grassroots campaign, all 56 counties, every VFW hall, every rodeo. We're going to every small town, shaking people's hand, looking them in the eye, and telling them why we're going to win this race and how we're going to save this country. And I've heard a lot of things across the state. To our Native brothers and sisters, what have the Democrats done for you? What have the Democrats done for the reservations and the tribes? Why do you continue to vote for them and send them back to office? I ask you to consider supporting our campaign because we will put you first. To working men and women, the open border crisis is destroying our reservations, our urban communities, and our rural communities. Fentanyl's pouring into our state and is tearing apart our families and the fabric of our country. 100,000 Americans a year, thanks to Biden and Harris, and Tester voted for it every time. For everyday working Montanans, gas prices are double, diesel prices are double, your home's more expensive, inflation's at record highs. How is this economy taking care of you? It's not. It's been an upward transfer of wealth under the Biden-Harris Tester regime. They've taken money from your pocket, and they're paying off college student loans with it. They're paying for illegal immigrants' hotel rooms with it. They're sending hundreds of billions overseas to other countries. when they should be supporting you. They should be supporting hardworking Montanans. And I'm thrilled to have President Trump here supporting us. He's the first president in a generation not to enter us into a foreign war. He's built the strongest economy in a generation, securest border in a generation, and he showed strength on the world stage. And we're going to send him back to the White House in November. But you have a very important job to do, because if Donald Trump gets to the White House and doesn't have a Senate, he's not going to get things done. You need to deliver him a Senate by retiring John Tester.
Yeah, that was something I was just talking about. That was actually something I was just talking about, making sure that you vote on a local level.
56 counties in our state, I've heard one thing from Montanans. They want common sense back. They want common sense government. And what does common sense mean to Montanans? They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas. Cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls.
So I'm gonna turn this down right quick because I wanted to watch this video Anton has while we're waiting for President Trump to come out. He got a video. It's about 2 minutes long.
What excites you the most about him?
Let's listen.
So are you excited about Tim Walz? I already know the answer to that question.
Always.
What excites you the most about him?
Just that he's just a regular, like he reminds you of your high school principal. He reminds you of your high school football coach, and he was a football coach that led his team to a national, not national, but to a state championship. And he is just awesome. He's for the people. He stand up for women's rights.
Who is excited about Tim Walz? Come on, man. Listen, look, these dudes is paid shields. Honestly, they're older simps. They are dudes that have been wrong on so many different things. And you know that it's a lie as soon as they open up their mouth, because he said, man, yeah, I'm excited about Tim. Who the hell in the world? Like,
No, he said. That's what he said. That's what happened first. He said. That was the first thing he said. This is the first thing that came out of his mouth. Let's just be honest.
I remember back when Obama was running for president of the United States, and there was a lot of interest in that, and people were super excited about Obama because Obama was Obama and he was the first black guy and all of that stuff. And I remember that, right? We wound up getting a bag of bricks as a result of it, but I remember people actually being excited and galvanized about Obama becoming the president of the United States of America. Who in their mind in Minnesota, a guy that literally put tampons inside of the boys' bathroom, is saying that they're excited about Tim Walz and Kamala Harris becoming president and vice president of the United States. Get the hell out of here, bro. Come on, bro. Really?
And he's a popular governor in the great state of Minnesota, which Trump won in 2016. That state was picked off by Joe Biden, and I think we'll definitely get his state and the state of Pennsylvania as well. Either one of those governors would have been a great choice for Kamala Harris. I'm just sick of the black people on the internet talking about I'm not with her. Okay, so if you're not with her, that means you with Trump. And y'all need to block every last one of their asses on Facebook and on Instagram and social media.
Don't worry about it. We're going to unfollow you and block you first. We ain't tripping about it. We know who his demographic is. We know who he pandered to. He's always pandered to black women. He's always pandered to the church. And I'm not saying that y'all can't go and see him at his comedic events or whatever it is and listen to that punk-ass radio show. But in reality, Ricky Smiley has always pandered. Always. The entire time. Him, Steve Harvey, all of these older simps, all of these dudes as boomers and Gen Xers, all of them have always been simping for the black community, for the black church, for black women in the black church. And so it's easy for them to say this because they understand who their demographic is.
Stop. Like, that's just garbage.
Yeah.
It's just garbage.
We're not
Everybody got
united
to
on anything.
can't agree on a damn bucket of chicken. One person want a hot dog.
I always
Black
complain.
folks get on my damn nerves, man. Why everybody making all these celebrities making all these videos going off on Kamala Harris and stuff, and then the black?
Because they actually can think for themselves. They're tired of the thing that we've always been taught is you vote Democrat or you stand for women or you do all of this. We starting to think for ourselves and we don't give a fuck about any of this other stuff except for the policy. We care about stuff that affects our families. What do you mean agree on something? We don't need to agree on nothing. And the fact that they looking to shame you instead of having a conversation to better understand why you have the position that you have in is exactly what we've been talking about as far as what's in the black community
And that's exactly and that's something that I've been saying lately. Like the fact that they want you to go with the flow and just do what it is they're being told, that's a slave mentality. A slave mentality tells you, just go with the flow. Just do what we're doing because everybody's doing it. Let's just do it, I mean, this represents us, whether it's representing us symbolically or is actually representing us, we don't really care. We just, we just want this thing to look like us, and even if it doesn't work out and it's like, wait, that doesn't work. You never told us to do this before, but now you want to tell us to do this before. Now you want to tell us, like, oh, all your skin folk ain't your kinfolk. Okay. But now it's become political. Now you want to tell me all my skin folk is my kinfolk, right? Make that make sense. Make it make sense. I'm just saying make it make sense. That's it. I just want you to make it make sense. I don't trust them.
The black tax and the cultural norms and why the culture is trash. And now we see a group of people that's saying, listen, we not going and we not just rocking out just because you said so, because y'all not our leaders. And this is why y'all need to stop following a lot of these guys. Listen, they may be funny and junk on stage, but it does not mean that they have insight and understanding on what you're supposed to do for your family. Borders was open. She was the border czar. She was a part of this Biden administration. She was largely regarded as the worst vice president of all time. She couldn't debate her way out of a wet paper bag, got waxed in the 2019 primary. Nobody voted for her. They gave us this as a diversity, equity, and inclusion. Biden picked her in order to win a black woman vote that ultimately got him inside of the White House in the first place. We've seen what her policy is. We've seen what she did in San Francisco. We've seen what she did as the DA. We know who she is, and she's a chameleon. 100% Judge Joe Brown was more right than any of these other people that's looking to have a conversation about who a person is and whether or not she really represents black people, yet alone America, because she's going to have to be the president of America, the entire country, not just women, not just black people, any of this type of stuff. What do you mean black people? So we expected to vote a certain way just because we black? Policy don't matter. The only thing that matters is identity politics. Man, get out of here, bro.
Me and Kamala Harris didn't prosecute you and treated you bad in court. I got treated bad in court too, but I'm with her because a vote for her. If you sit at home and you don't support her, you are definitely.
He can't even fix his mouth to say this stuff. He just he don't even know what he's saying. This man don't even know what he's He don't even know what he's saying. Like, what? Get it together, bro.
Supporting Donald Trump, you can vote for who you want to, but don't be trying to encourage other people and sit up there and put bad stuff. Where's that same energy for Donald Trump?
Like he doing right now?
Yeah. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm just like, don't vote for him. It is what it is.
Y'all not even out here doing real research to look at her record. If you do the research or whatever, stop believing everything you read and do real research, you can see what a record is. You can see what she have done. I think you can Google what have Kamala Harris done for the black community.
We didn't just Google it. We absolutely 100% did our research. We did a deep dive. She don't even post what policy she's going to be standing on as the president of the United States of America less than 3 months into or less than 3 months before we vote in November, and people have already started casting absentee ballots.
Community are things that black people benefit from a lot. We need to stand with her. We need to stand with her. She's great. She will make a great president. What a blessing to be living in a time where a black woman can become president of the United States of America. In our time, we get a black man and a black woman become president. That's unheard of.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Messy. Be on the right side of history. Be on the right.
I hate that Monica be on the right side of history. Because it's stupid. The way that they use it is stupid. Be on the right side of history. Vote for Kamala Harris because we want to see a black president and a black woman and a black man be president in our lifetime. No matter what it looks like for the generations coming after me, no matter what it looks like for my kids and my kids' kids, no matter what it looks like for the rest of society, no matter what it looks like, as long as they black, we need it done. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. I'm not voting for you just because you're black. You could be the devil and green-skinned, brown-skinned, black-skinned, whatever color you want to say, you can be the devil. And no matter what skin you in. But this is for people who just want what they want. It sounds good. But practically, it's stupidity.
Right side of history.
It's just the Amber Rose and everybody got all these videos and stuff and talking about Kamala Harris talking out of both sides of her. How would you say something so disrespectful? Even if you felt that way, I wouldn't dare make a video or say nothing like.
Now you got to silence yourself. This is what the grandmas used to do. Grandmas used to do this.
That to the vice president of the United States of America that's trying.
Say nothing. Say nothing. It don't matter what they doing to the community. Say nothing. Say nothing. This is what we're taught. In the black community, we taught. Say nothing. Do nothing. It don't really matter. Say and do nothing. If it's wrong, don't say nothing. If it's right, say everything. But we can't say nothing when it's wrong. Because we got to protect our own. But you're not even protecting your own interests. You're not even protecting your own interests. That's weird.
Trying to stand up and that's going to possibly pick 2 United States Supreme Court justices or whatever to try to keep the laws in place that Thurgood Marshall and all of the people that have paved the way and try to redo and get back into some of this settled law, women's rights to choose, your voting rights, and Brown versus the Board of Education. Do your homework, black people.
Hold up. Let me just tell you something right here that could be very historic. And
last time I think I spoke about Ricky Smiley or reacting to anything that he had that was relevant in culture, I think it was with regard to Brian McKnight, and he was wrong on that. As usual, he was wrong on that. If I remember, if my memory serves me correctly, and he sounds just like your black grandmother and your black grandfather who led you into the mire, 100%. Same thing, trying to shame you and act like we don't do our research when they don't have a policy to stand on, and their record is absolute garbage, bro.
And Kay pointed this out to me. If Kamala Harris is elected,
my grandma actually did
she would be.
To me. She was like, "Oh, you a D fool for voting for Donald Trump," and I was just like, "Why are you saying I'm a fool? Because that's who I'm gonna vote for. Like, I should be able to have." And that's something that Aiton was talking about. He was like, it was a bunch of rappers and all of these other personalities that want to come out and say that they support Trump. But because of the climate, they can't do that because they're going to get canceled. Black people can't say that they voting for Trump or they're going to get canceled. That's how seriously screwed up the black community is. Like, you can't say, I'm going to vote for this person because I think with what I understand and what I know that this is the best, is in my best interest. Black people don't vote for their best interest. They vote like they want us to vote for like a hive mind, and we're not doing that no more. We don't vote like a hive mind no more. That's out the window. I keep telling people that the next 10 years is going to show you that black people are no longer going to vote like a hive mind, and they're going to actually have to do something for black people in order to move that barometer one way or the other. They're going to have to. Because Trump is out after this presidency. Trump is out. So what you going to do next? What you going to do next? What you going to do?
Sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day
by the first black Supreme
and
Court
possibly
woman
by
justice.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does
Stop
that
it.
not give you chills?
Come on
Stop
now.
it.
Does that not
scares me.
send
Maria,
just make your whole body vibrate?
Maria,
Oh my
I can go
gosh.
deep into that. You got a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated reading in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated into the damn White House. What's wrong with y'all?
Come on, man.
MLK holiday.
But y'all,
Baby.
man.
I could care less. I don't care about the, see, they talking about stuff. They talking about this stuff that's not going to make the black community any better. Like, nothing they talking about is going to make the community better. It's not. You're talking about, oh, this is they from this sorority, blah, 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 and this is Martin Luther King, blah, 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 blah. And it's like none of that stuff even gonna make sense to the rest of the community as far as how we move forward. It does nothing for us. And because y'all keep on getting nothing and y'all keep on doing these symbolic things, this is one of the reasons why black people believe their vote don't count, because we never get nothing for our vote. If you don't get nothing for your vote, and every time you vote a certain way, of course you're going to believe that you can't get nothing. Of course you're going to vote a certain kind of way. Of course. You're going to believe that your vote don't matter. Your vote don't count. Why? Because every time, every year, we do the same song and dance, and y'all tell us the same thing and do the same thing. I can't stand it. It's weird. It's odd. It's deranged. It's delusional.
Because she ain't talking about reparations.
Who was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated?
Come on now.
Come on now.
Game.
Oh my God,
Game
that just
changer.
gave me chills. That gave me chills.
Game changer, dog.
Game.
Man,
Talk about game.
y'all better come
Go
get
to
me off
sports,
this radio
you
today.
better come get him.
Hey, you keep going. You want to keep
Today.
going, dog? You want to keep
Today.
Oh,
going?
they ain't gonna be mad at you today, Rick.
Hey,
I don't care. Well, stop me. Stop me.
go, dog.
Stop
Go.
me.
Go.
I don't care about who get mad. I know I'm right.
No, you're not.
I know I'm right.
not right.
Ain't never
Y'all
been
need
right.
to stop. Do y'all realize Medgar Evers died for voting
my
rights?
God.
All these people that have risked their life from slavery up until the civil rights movement, just so we can.
This is insane, bro. Are y'all listening to this?
That's emotional manipulation to try to add Medgar Evers in there. Medgar Evers did not die. Did not die. Did not become unalive for us to vote Democrat. It's for voting rights, period. So we can exercise our ability to vote, not for the Democratic Party. Disrespectful to black history.
I can't stomach another minute of this. I might have to do a part 2 to break this down, or I might just have to speak from my heart when I sleep on this, because this is one of the most upsetting things, because it absolutely is a representation of what we've been dealing with as black people, as far as them trying to shame us, not based off of what's best for us, but based off of identity politics. They've been running this same fucking place since I was born.
Excuse the language.
Since the time that I've opened up my eyes over 42 years ago, they've been running this same plantation play for the entirety of my existence. I can't, bro. I can't, bro. I almost feel like I'm getting stressed the fuck out. And it's bothering me because I've been trying to stop cursing. I've been trying to keep a more low profile, more of a lower profile when it comes to just speaking on the talking points and not going into all of the details and all of this other type of stuff. But it's really bothersome. Hey, listen, tap in after hours tonight. We're going to get it in. And we're going to revisit this conversation tomorrow. Make sure y'all get into the Patreon. We did Stock Club today. That's back.
Yeah, it is definitely a tragedy for us to be sitting here at this point in time and actually and sitting here and acting as if like this isn't a problem. Like this is a problem for us to be sitting here talking in the aspect of emotionalism when it comes to the vote. Like voting emotionally got us exactly where. It got us exactly where. It got us nowhere as a black community. So to continue to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is called what? Insanity. And we've been running insane, being insane about our understanding about this process for, forever, for real. We should have never pledged our allegiance to anybody other than ourselves and our best interests. But we pledged our allegiance to the Democratic Party. And I hope my kids don't vote Democrat for that very reason. I hope the only time they vote Democrat is because it's in their best interest. I hope my kids never have to choose something that asinine, that ridiculous, just because they black. I don't get it, and I'll never understand it, and I don't want to understand it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it no more, y'all. I'm just not going to do it no more. I'm not going along just to get along because y'all feel like this is the way to go.
Or they need your name to get some level of visibility is probably more likely the cause.
Yep, that too. I'm not
even
stupid.
if they lose.
No, and they know that
my face gonna be next to Anton's name.
They know that they're gonna lose, but I've heard a lot of that type of stuff. It is what it is. So.
Oh, they went live.
Anything else before I ask y'all the next question?
Yeah, just keep Ricky Smiley out of politics, man. Get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Y'all don't like are y'all completely against these older people and their opinions and their perspectives?
No.
Yes.
Y'all are? Y'all not?
No,
I'm not. You said, are we against it?
Yeah, when it comes to the way that they think and how it is that they directing people, of how it is that they should do things similar to how they've been doing it over the years.
Yeah, I'm
I
very
need
much
to know
so
where you
against.
stand, so I can stand far away from you.
No, I'm against all old people, white, black, all that.
Damn. No, I'm not.
Hispanic.
It's like they absolutely 100% refuse to do better.
Yes, I'm against them all.
Like they don't want to use the machine to find out more information because they still call that shit a machine.
They be like, this is what was told to us, and I'm like, but why do I have to follow that now?
There's just like so much
because
like
they at least give you a little bit.
Just if I'm older, there's just so much stuff that was just fed to you and you just took it as gold and rock with it. Like even as it pertains to like, remember we used to like, what are the 7 food groups? We got to eat everything out of 7 every fucking day. Like what? You got to eat 4 times a day, nigga. What?
All right, over with. We already know what time it is. Hey, guess who walked in there? Guess who just walked in? And I hope that don't. I might get a copyright. I don't know. All right, here we go.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride.
you. Oh. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is that a big crowd? A nice crowd. Thank you very much, and a very, very special hello, Montana. I've been traveling all over your state. I'll tell you, I know Montana better than you know Montana. I was all over your state today. Everything's 2 hours. When are we going to be there? 2 hours, sir, 2 hours. I got to like Tim Sheehy a lot to be here. I have to tell you. He better win. He better win. No. This is some beautiful country, though. I did do a lot of driving. I'd go to one. We went to some friends' house, a really good friend's house with your governor. You have a great governor in this state. You know that, Greg. But we went around the state, and it was so beautiful. And I'd say, when will I be there? Approximately 2.5 hours. So, oh, great. Thank you. It's a big state. It's a beautiful state, and we love it. And we've won it every time by a lot. So I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible place, this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. You built the country. Less than 3 months from now, we are going to defeat radical left Democrat John Tester. He's terrible. He is terrible. He is terrible. And send Tim Sheehy to the United States Senate. We're going to evict crazy Kamala. Do you know, ever hear of Kamala? Radical left. Radical left. Well, she has a couple of things that a lot of people from Montana would like she wants to take away your guns. You like that, right? All right, how about this? She wants to fund the police. Are you okay with that? She wants to allow millions of people to pour into our border through an invasion, using an invasion process. I don't think so. I don't think that's for you. It's not for me either. It's not for most people in this country. We're going to evict crazy Kamala, and we're going to get Joe Biden out of the White House. What's he doing now? Greg, what's he doing? You know, he wanted to debate. If we didn't have a debate, he'd still be there. Can you imagine if we didn't have a debate? Why the hell did I debate him? How did he do? Do you think he's happy with it? I don't think so. He's not too happy. You know, they took it away from him. They really did. They took it away. The guy had 14 million votes. She had none. But I'd rather run against her. I think she's easier to beat. I really do. I believe it. And we are going to make America great again. We're going to make it so great. This election is about saving our economy, ending inflation, securing our borders, restoring respect for our nation. We're no longer respected. Preventing World War III, especially for all these young people, these young, beautiful people. We don't want to get them into World War III. And stopping a 1929-style depression, because that's what's going to happen. You saw what happened last week. With your vote, we will reverse the Kamala crash, and we will end the Kamala chaos, and we will stop the Biden-Harris invasion of people that don't belong in our country. They're invading our country. Kamala Harris, you know, it's interesting. Nobody really knows her last name. If you ask people, do you know what her last name is? Nobody has any idea what it is. Harris. It's like Harris. I don't know. How the hell did this happen? You know, they said, so we had the debate. He didn't exactly do well. And they actually, CNN was very nice. They said, that was one of the greatest debate performances I've ever seen, said by a very important person at CNN. Then what happens? 2 days later, they said he was lousy. They don't talk about me anymore. They just said he was lousy. And he was pretty bad, you have to admit. But we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn this country around. We're going to turn it around very fast.
And Kamala is not up to the job. Is not up to it. Neither is Tester up to it. You know, Tester, everyone thinks like he's my best friend. He's never voted for me once, and yet his commercials is, I like Donald Trump very much. I love his pride. I love his border stance. He votes against the border. He voted against funding of the border. He said, I love his stance on energy. He voted against our energy programs. He votes against us 100%. He's voted in favor of crooked Joe Biden 100% of the time. He did it last time with the election. We had the same problem. Do you remember? He comes out, everyone's saying, he really likes your policy a lot. He doesn't like, he's a radical left lunatic, just like Kamala, and we got to elect him. We got to get him in. Got to get Tim in. Since becoming a presidential candidate, she has refused to do a single interview. You know why? Because she's dumb. Or hold a single press conference. She won't hold a press conference. She won't do it. She won't do it. She doesn't want. And they're easy questions, you know, because the press, look at them back there. Look at all of them. A lot of press. But they're rigged. They're rigged. They're fake news. You know, I looked and I get these tough questions from the press all the time, and I look at the questions that Joe got, right? Where do you think you're having dinner tonight? What will you eat? Will you have ice cream for dessert? No, I don't know. It's unfair, the questions are so hard, he says. No, the way they treated him and with me. I won't use the questions because I don't want to give any ideas. They give me the worst questions. They are so nasty. They are the nastiest people, I think, on earth. And Kamala gives the exact same speech over and over again. Over and over. The same exact words. One of the people put it up, like they put 6 of them up, and it was like every single word is the same. I don't do that. I got to give you a little bit of variety, right? I change all these damn speeches. Where are my speechwriters? I'm going to do that. Just have one speech and just for the next 90 days go out and just read that thing. But we don't like to read teleprompters, right? It's not as much fun. It's not as exciting. And somehow it's never as good, is it, huh? No, I think we're going to write up one standard speech. You read it from beginning to end. You know what would happen? You'd start walking out. They'd say, oh, look, Trump's not holding. How about yesterday? They said, oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd. The press is talking about the crowd. In New Jersey, I had 107,000 people. The press never even talked about it. They don't talk about it. Right? They don't talk about it. Because they're fake. I went to South Carolina. We had 82,000 people. Oh, Front Row Joe, look. We have many Front Row Joes. We have Mr. Wall over here. Look, I love that suit. Do you think he's in favor of building a wall? I think so, yes. I think so. He's great. How many of you come to? Over 200, right? And you know, he's a great guy. He's like, makes a lot of money. You've got to make a lot of money. He travels all over the country. But the Front Row Joes are great. We have so many people. They've been to so many of the rallies. The rallies are great. We had a tough one 4 weeks ago, a very tough one, right? We had a very tough one. Lost a great person, Corey, great firefighter, great person, really amazing man. Corey, you're a tough one, right? And 2 gentlemen, real Trumpers, real Trump people. The people, they love our country. What's a Trumper? They love our country. 2 really, really badly hurt. They didn't think they were going to make it, and they did make it, and they're going to be as good as ever, and they're great. The doctors in that whole Butler area did a phenomenal job, I will tell you. They thought these 2 would not make it, and they not only made it, they're going to be, they'll be as good as new, but it'll take a little work, but they got hit hard. All Kamala does is read that teleprompter while pretending she had nothing to do with any of the disasters that they... You know, she's totally given up Of all of the things, she said, I want this, I want that, I want that. Now she doesn't want any of it. And then they accused me of being horrible when I questioned her. She wanted to be non-energy independent. She wants windmills all over the place, windmills. Put a windmill on top of the building. We have so much oil under our feet. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. And we don't use it. 4 weeks ago, think of it. 4 weeks ago, the media said she was grossly incompetent. And I said, oh, this is going to be an easy race. She didn't have a chance of beating me. She couldn't do anything. They wanted to get her out. They thought she should resign with Crooked Joe Biden. What do you like better? It doesn't matter anymore, but what do you like better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Sleepy Joe, Crooked Joe. Okay, ready? They're both correct. I think Crooked Joe is more correct than Sleepy. You're like, all right, ready? Crooked first, right? What do you like better? Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Not bad. Crooked seems to always win. I mean, he's a crooked guy. All he had to do is think of it. If he didn't do the debate, he'd still be running. They'd be saying how great he is. He's a brilliant man, a wonderful guy, really at the top of his game. He wasn't at the top of his game 25 years ago, I'll tell you right now. And she's worse than he is. She's worse. He's smarter than she is. But the Democrats didn't have the courage to force her off. They didn't have it. They didn't want to do it. It was politically incorrect. And now the media is saying that she's wonderful. She's wonderful. The same people back there, 4 of them I recognize so perfectly. If you can't do a press conference, you cannot be president, okay? That's it. She doesn't do anything. Remember when I used to always walk up to the press under the helicopter or under the wing of the plane and I'd talk to them? I loved it because if I didn't like their question, I could say, I can't hear the helicopters. But they do many versions. Nobody ever did that before, you know. That was it. And they copy. Everybody copies me. So now she walks up, she'll take like a half a question, and she'll leave. Joe is bad. Joe couldn't hear. He couldn't do anything. It was an embarrassment to that art form. That was an art form. It was an embarrassment. Kamala, sometimes referred to as Kamala. You know, she got about 9 different ways of pronouncing the name. And because the press is so dishonest, no matter how you say it, they'll say you were wrong. You were wrong. I don't care if I get it right. Actually, I couldn't care less. I actually haven't been accused that I know of calling it wrong, but if I did, they'd say that he did it on purpose. And you could do that. I've done a lot of bad name calling where you call somebody that you know how to say the name perfectly and you call it on purpose. They say, sir, you made a mistake. I said, no, I didn't. Kamala will not answer for her record of failure and weakness. A doctor, please. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take your time. Take your time, Doc. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We love these people. They wait for 2 days sometimes, and then it's tough. It's not easy. Are they okay? Thank you very much. And doctor, take your time. Good. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Take your time, doctor, please. We got a lot of time, right? Nice Friday evening. Friday evening in Montana. I think my next drive is going to be about 3-4 hours from here. I wish it was a little closer. You know, that's the one thing. But that's okay. That's all right. Our governor says we have all the time we want. Greg says we have all. You got one of the best governors. I don't know if you know. Do they appreciate it or not? I don't know. And the governor's wife, I don't know. He's a great one. He's a great guy. We better get 4 more years, or we're not going to have a country left if we don't get 4 more years. We're going to not have a country left. That's why so many people, they come and they waited for days. They wait for days, and it's tough. It's tough. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Yay! Wow. Thank you, honey. That's great. That's really good. Incredible people. So when you're commander-in-chief, you don't go to the run and hide away from the press. You know, they go and run, and they want to go on a record that's a fake record. They have a fake record, both of them. How about the new guy? How do you like him? And anytime you tell a story about anybody, by the way, Steve Daines, how good is he? True. He's one of the finest. He's one of the finest people you'll ever meet. I really mean that too. And it's an honor to be with you. And you want to do this so badly because you want to save the country. We need the Senate. We need the Senate. So thank you, Steve, for being here. Thank you. And with a beautiful family. But you don't get to flee from tough questions, and you don't get to read a teleprompter like for short periods of time where you make a speech that's like 2 minutes and everything is right off the teleprompter. What a lot of work to do for that. And you don't sit across the table from Vladimir Putin and President Xi of China. They're lovely individuals. If you can't handle our press, because they're not as tough as you think, I've been handling them for 4 years, and then another 4 years. They don't stop. They keep coming at you. They're the worst. But we're going to do something. We're going to have the biggest victory. They're going to celebrate, because I think silently they do celebrate. I think silently they do. I think silently they're for us. They're afraid to say it, right? They're afraid to say it, but I think silently a lot of those people back there in the press, and that's a lot of people, but I think they're for us. For nearly 4 years, Joe Biden's mental incompetence has given Harris a free rein to impose her ultra-liberal agenda on America and others with her and destroy our country. You're destroying our country. Joe Biden was exposed during the debate. Likewise, Kamala will be exposed during the debate. She will be exposed during the debate, or debates. But so far, she's refusing to debate. We want to have a debate. Think of it. So she wants to have no debates, but one maybe at the most. And she wants it to be on ABC, because ABC with George Stephanopoulos. Have you ever heard of it? It's the nastiest of all. Who would think it, right? You think of NBC is terrible, and they are. MSNBC is disgusting. But the worst might be ABC. And that's the only one she'll do. And you know, when Biden came out with a brilliant idea to have a debate, how did that work out for him? Not so good. But he came out, they handed me Jake Tapper, sometimes referred to as Fake Tapper, but I have to tell you, he was totally fair, and Dana Bash, and they were totally fair. They really were. CNN. So they said, we want to debate. They gave me one option, because they weren't going to debate. He didn't want to debate. They gave me one option. CNN, Dana Bash, and Jake Tapper. There will be no audience. There will be turning off your mics as soon as you finish speaking. And if you go over 1 second, they turn off and they make you look very bad. The good part is he didn't use much of his. You know, they give you 2 minutes. And they'd say, right, you have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take it. Can I have it? I want it. I want the 92 seconds at this. And then they'd do another one. You have 37 seconds left. That's a lot, you know, when you're up there, 37 seconds. And that's the last thing he wanted to hear because he didn't want to talk anymore. You have 77 seconds left. He goes, oh, Joe, what am I going to do? This is who our president was. And now we have somebody that's worse, in my opinion, worse. You have to remember, they said that he couldn't beat me now. I mean, after the debate, he was down, way down in the polls. They didn't even want to show the polls. They said he's not going to win. So they said, we're going to take him out and we're going to put somebody new in. This never happened to anybody before. We spent $100 million fighting crooked Joe Biden. And then all of a sudden they decide to take him out and put somebody else in. She never got one vote. She was the first loser in the primaries. You know, she ran against Joe Biden and everybody else. I think they had like 16 people running. She never made Iowa the first state. I love Iowa. You know why I love it? Because I win it every single time with the farmers. We win it. But she never made Iowa. She was the first one to quit. And now, and stupid, honestly, she was the nastiest to him, too. And then he picked her. I couldn't believe it. And she was part of the cabal that got him out. You know, they got him out. They said, we'll do it the nice way, or we'll do it the hard way, Joe. We'll use the 25th Amendment, and we'll call you mentally incompetent, and everybody will believe us. And, you know, what they did is a terrible thing, actually. They forced him out. It was a coup. We had a coup. That was the first coup in the history of our country. And it was very successful. He said, okay, I'll leave. If that's what you want, I'll leave. And now he's seeing what the competition is. I hear he's going to make a comeback at the Democrat convention. He's going to walk into the room, and he's going to say, I want my presidency back. I want another chance to debate Trump. I want another chance. But I handed Kamala and Crooked Joe a surging economy with no inflation. We had no inflation. We had nothing. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. True. Their radical socialist lunacy turned it into a failing economy with the worst inflation in probably 70 years. You know, they say 47. I don't believe 47. I think it's much more. I handed her the strongest border in U.S. history. She turned it into the worst border invasion in the history of the world. By the way, the chart, the border chart, I love that chart. I love that chart. I'm here because of that chart. I go, let me see that chart. If I don't turn, I won't be with you tonight. I won't be with you. I love that chart. You know the amazing thing? I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight. No, you know, the amazing thing is that chart, I use it probably 20% of the time, not that much. It's always on my left, not on my right. I mean, pretty much always. There are no people. We had a tremendous crowd, but all of the people, as far as the eye could see, they were here, and some in the back. And how great were the people in the back? But all the people were the same. Nobody fled. You know, when a crowd hears a bullet, they always run. They heard lots of bullets because there were lots of bullets going off. And our Secret Service shooter, our Secret Service sniper, whatever you want to call him, water shot, he used one bullet from much further away because the sniper was there and he was way over here. And he wasn't warned that this could happen. I mean, that was the breakdown they had. They weren't warned. But he heard bullets. He immediately looked over, took aim and shot. One bullet, can you imagine that? From probably 400 yards, pretty far. But if it wasn't for that sign, in this case it came down to the right. It's never on the right, never. And it's never at the beginning of the speech. And I do, you know, I don't use the teleprompter a lot because I think it gets bad, but I just said, you know, let's take a look at the immigration numbers that we had, because they're great numbers. They're the best numbers in the history of our country. The Border Patrol did that chart. Thank you very much, Border Patrol. I appreciate it. But the Border Patrol did that chart. And you see the arrow on the bottom, the red arrow on the bottom. That's the lowest point. That was the week I left office. Look what happened after I left office. Look at that. And it's much worse now because that's a few months now. The numbers are much worse. They've let an invasion of our country happen. But I took a look. And because I took that look, I mean, what are the chances of that? So I just want to thank everybody, because I'll tell you what, the level of love and compassion and all of the things that we all went through, that was a terrible thing. And we're going to be very careful. We have to be very careful. This is, by the way, being president is a dangerous profession. You know, this is a very dangerous, this is not the safest profession out there. But it was an amazing event. And for those of you that don't believe in God, I believe that there's only one reason that could have happened, because the chances were so small. Right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going back to Butler. You know that, right? We're going back to Butler. We got to go back. We got to go back to Butler. They were great. And the hospital was incredible. The doctors were incredible that worked on our two friends that were so badly hurt. The doctors were everything about it. And we're going to go back just before the election sometime in October. It's already being worked on. And I'll probably start off by saying, as I was saying. So you stand up. As I was saying, I gave Kamala and Crooked Joe a world at peace, and their weakness and incompetence quickly brought us to the brink of a global war. America cannot survive for 4 more years of this bumbling communist lunatic. Look, we cannot let her win this election. It's not a question of me. We can't let her win this election. If she wins this election, we're not going to have a country anymore. Starting on day one, we will bring competence and common sense back to the Oval Office. You know, we're really a party of common sense, if you think. We're conservative and all that, but we're really a party of common sense. And by the way, we have a great libertarian with us tonight. Where is our libertarian friend? And I think he's going to be with us. Where is he? What a nice guy. Stand up, please. Stand up. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. A lot of us are libertarian. And I think he's going to be giving you a very nice surprise very soon. But he's a great, wonderful person. And we just met, and we knew each other a little bit from before. Thank you very much for being here. How do you like the audience? Not bad. Do you think the libertarians get this kind of an audience? I don't think so. But thank you. Great honor to know you. Thank you very much. But we'll bring back safety, security, and the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. If you want a preview of what a catastrophe another term of Kamala will be, and she was there. She was working with him. She was the border czar. Now she doesn't say she's the border czar. She said, I was never the border czar. I mean, everything they did, she's taking away now. But she was the border czar. She was the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this that allows millions and millions of people in a month from mental institutions and prisons, let them come into our country. Just look at who she chose for her vice president. She went with the hand-picked candidate of crazy Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders wanted him so badly, and the Democratic Socialists of America immediately gave him the endorsement. Forget him. That's her thinking. That's where she's going to go. You know, a politician, when they came out, if Steve Daines came out and said 20 years ago when he started, I wanted to fund the police. I don't think he's saying that. I wanted to fund the police, everybody. Then he said, well, I was only kidding. I don't. The truth is, when you come out with a statement like that, that's where you are. And she wants to defund the police, and she wants to have all of your guns taken away. She wants your guns taken away. You can count on it. A politician, their first statement, Steve, is always the statement. Now, Steve said, I'm going to protect your Second Amendment. That was a long time ago. He said, I'm going to take care of our police. Right, Steve? I just don't want to leave any question in their mind, Steve. He's so happy I did that little second part. He said, oh, my God, they might think I want to defund. No, Steve is he's not a big defender. He's an increaser for the police. We want to take care of our police. They're doing a great job, right? As Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz let rioters and looters burn down Minneapolis. Remember CNN? They're right back there. Watch. Oh, there goes their light. Their light just went off. While the governor's wife opened the windows to the mansion to enjoy the smell of the fire, she said, the smell is so beautiful, I love it. I wonder where she's coming from. Walz said that socialism is just another word for neighborliness. She wants to be, he calls them neighbors, good neighbors. He signed a bill to give illegal aliens free health care. He abolished Columbus Day. He ordered tampons to be put into boys' bathrooms. Do we have any children here? Please close your ears. He ordered tampons in boys' bathrooms, okay? He signed a law letting the state kidnap children to change their gender so that they go home. But I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about her. This is her ideology. That's why she picked him. And he signed a bill allowing pedophiles to claim human rights protections under the state law. And then he said, by the way, J.D. Vance is doing a phenomenal job. But then he said, well, think of that. Think of the things I just said. Then he said, you know, I think J.D. Vance is weird. You know, it's a word that they use. I think he calls me that too. No, we're not. We're very solid people. We want to have strong borders. We want to have good elections. We want to have low interest rates. We want to be able to buy a house. We want great education. We want strong borders. I think we're I think we're the opposite of weird. They're weird. You know what they do? They work with the press on coming up with a soundbite, just a soundbite. And every station that night, all the networks, CBS and ABC, NBC, they all said, oh, they were called weird. It's unbelievable. You know, it's not a word that's really used too much in politics, but it's a terrible thing that they can do this. It's just a soundbite. No, J.D. Vance is a great patriot, and he's a United States Marine, and he's a real Marine, and he's a brilliant guy. And he went to Ohio State. He graduated in 2 years at the top of his class, just about at the top of his class. And he then got into Yale, and he became a Marine. He got into Yale, and he did great at Yale. And he met his wife, who was actually, I think, the #1 student at Yale. They have a smart family. And we picked somebody that was very special, and he's really stepped up. I said, you got your sea legs, you know, because the first day they were hitting him with a lot of nonsense. And he's got his sea legs now. He's going to be great. I think don't we like him? And he's for the working man and woman. Tim Walz is the man who's very freakish. He's very freakish. If Comrade Walz and Comrade Harris win this November, the people cheering will be the pink-haired Marxists, the looters, the perverts, the flag burners, Hamas supporters, drug dealers, gun grabbers, and human traffickers. But with a Trump Vance victory, the cheers will come from the police officers, the firefighters, the Border Patrol agents, the steel workers, small business owners, parents, and hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And that's what we're doing. We're getting record numbers in the Hispanic community, record numbers in so many different communities. Nobody's ever actually seen. You know, this is the greatest movement in the history of our country. You do know that. Remember they used to say, no, MAGA's a good solid 35% of the party. No, it's 95% of the party, not 35. They used to say that. You know, they're very cunning people. MAGA's 35, and so it's 35, really? No, it's 95% of the party, and I think it's probably 90%. I think the whole country. Who can want, think of it, who wants open borders? Who wants men playing in women's sports? And I'd like to congratulate the young woman who transitioned from a man into a boxer. You saw she won the gold medal. How about the young Italian, beautiful Italian boxer? She got in there and she didn't know what was going on, and she was a very good boxer, against other women. She didn't count on this. And he's up here, boom, one little jab. Whoa, she goes, nobody ever hit me that way. Then he goes, boom, and she said, okay, I had enough. It's crazy what they're doing. And this person won the gold medal. Did they win the gold medal today? What do you think of that, Tim? I don't think Tim likes it. Greg, no good, right? Now, how crazy is it? How crazy is it? For 4 more years, and she wants it. She wants men to play in women's sports. She wants to take away your guns. All of the stuff. And now she's going to deny it. Watch. She'll come out with a statement. She'll deny it. And remember one thing. I'm going to say it again later because it's so important. No tax on tips. Do we like that? And they're just the opposite. They're driving people crazy. And our senior citizens, we're not going to have them pay tax any longer on Social Security. Okay? Those two things. 4 more years of crazy Kamala Harris means probably it means 50 million illegal aliens pouring into our country over another 4 years. 50 million could be 50 million more. They're overrunning our country. They're destroying our country. They're ruining our country, and they're making our country very unsafe. These are very tough people. These are criminals coming out of jails. These are people that are tough. The only good thing about them is they make our criminals look like weak sisters. That's it. These are really tough, nasty people. And we can't have it. We all have a heart, but we can't have it. It means double-digit inflation decimating your savings, and your savings are being decimated. I know what you're going through. It means violent crime ripping through the suburbs. They talk about women. I think suburban women like me a lot. It's fake stuff. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? I put something in when I was president. There will be no low-income housing developments built in areas that are right next to your house. You have a house in the suburbs. You're so proud. And then they want to build a low-income job with a 30-story building next to your house. And your house is worthless. And I stopped it. And then they say, well, I don't think suburban women like them. I think they like me. I'm going to keep criminals out of your neighborhood. That's really all that matters. I think they like me anyway. You're not going to have migrant criminals preying on our women and our girls while guns are confiscated from the law-abiding citizens. They want to take away your guns, and then they want to have our country overrun with some of the worst criminals there are anywhere in the world. And they come from all over the world. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from the Middle East. They come from all over. A large boatload came recently from the Congo. Where do you come from? Where in the Congo? Prison. What did you do wrong? We do not want to say. Murder. It was murder. And they're dumping them into our country. The money they're saving, these other countries, their prison population is way down. The money they're saving is, they've never had it so good. And if I were running any of those countries, if I were running Colombia, if I were running Brazil, I'd be doing the same thing, but I'd be doing it faster than they're doing it. Why wouldn't you do it? It's common sense. Dump all of your criminals. In Venezuela, crime is down 72%. You know why? Because he took all of the criminals out of Caracas and out of all the cities. He took all of them out and dumped them into the United States. He emptied his prisons into the United States of America. Why are we taking this? Why do we take this? Why? So don't take my word for it. Listen. Kamala Harris's agenda straight from her own mouth. Would anybody like to see her? Let's do it for a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing and take it seriously. As President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance.
Let's eliminate all of that.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
The food pyramid. What people
yes.
To reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets.
Harris asserted that ICE is perceived as the modern-day Ku Klux Klan.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me? I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
And yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing.
And that's just a small part of it. That's just a small part. That's what we have, though. That's where they're going. We're going. Remember, I said we will not become a socialist country, and I meant it. Except, I was wrong. We didn't become a socialist. We're going beyond socialism. We're becoming, if they get in, a communist, full-blown communist country. This is America. We're not a communist country. We're not going to let that happen. And Kamala is not just, she's not just dangerously extreme, and she is extreme, much more so than Biden, because Biden didn't know he was alive, let's face it, okay? Are you a socialist? What does that mean? What does it mean? Are you a communist, Joe? I don't know. So he was sort of dangerous because the people around the Resolute desk ran the country. Don't forget, he went after me. He weaponized government to go after me. I don't believe it was him. I believe it was the People's Circle. I could name every one of them. They're bad people. And we won our big case in Florida. Great, brilliant judge that was so smart and strong. And she didn't listen to the nonsense. And, you know, they play the ref with judges. They criticize them all the time, scream at them, treat them horribly. Justices, the justices of the Supreme Court, all judges. And they think they're playing the ref like the great Bobby Knight, right? Play the ref now. They're not putting up with it anymore. What they are doing is, in my opinion, totally illegal. Kamala is grossly incompetent and, in my opinion, has a very low IQ. But we'll find out about her IQ during the debate, okay? Let's find out about her IQ. So, you know, we have this great system. I want to show you just one other thing, please. Do you mind putting it up, please? Thank you.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making. Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Ukraine is a
He really put her out on blast.
It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right?
The Caribbean nations, island nations, in the Western Hemisphere. That is where the Caribbean is. We are also in the Western Hemisphere. They are our neighbors. I am here, standing here on the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been, you know? Space is exciting. It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Every day it is time for us to agree that there are things and tools that are available to us to slow this thing down. We will work together and continue to work together to address these issues,
he is
to tackle these
clowning.
challenges, and to work together as we continue to work. Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should. Yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's really difficult to drink out of a paper straw.
Hey, Valiant Thor, my
like if you don't
apologies
poke
if
it down
I
immediately,
get
it
to your
starts to
comment.
bend. And then, you know, the little thing catches it, and then, you know, so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit more.
Do you know, okay, a bit of a history lesson. Do you know that the women's teams were not allowed to have brackets until 2022. So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. AI is kind of a fancy thing. First of all, it's 2 letters. It
Yo,
means
Trump
artificial
is
intelligence.
clowning right now.
There's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a
Yeah, he is clowning. He is clowning right now. Yeah, he is clowning right now. He using her words against her.
So if you listen to
Like they always
Kamala's speeches, you'd never even know that she's been running the country. She's been running the country for 4 years and doing a horrible job. Look at what's happened to our
That's
country.
crazy.
We are a failing nation. I hate to say it, we are a failing nation. I wish I didn't have to do this. I wish I didn't have to go and do this. I wish they were great. I wish they'd make our country great, but they're going to destroy our country. You know it. They even know it, and probably they're doing it on purpose. It's hard to believe, but they're probably doing it on purpose. Kamala is working full-time to erase her record of open borders, transgender anything, high energy costs, taxes, interest rates, which are at sky levels, rising crime rates, and wars all over the world. We're in wars all over the world. You know, when I left, we had nothing. We had no wars. The world respected your country. We had no wars.
Yo, this crazy, bruh. This is crazy.
Viktor Orban, who's the prime minister, the boss of Hungary, and knows everything very well. They asked him, what's wrong? The world is breaking out in wars all over. He said, there's one thing wrong. The United States needs Donald Trump back as president. And if you have that, you're not going, which is true. You won't have any of these problems. You won't have any of these problems. Russia would have never, ever attacked Ukraine. Israel would never have been attacked on October 7th. And you wouldn't have inflation, and you wouldn't have had the horrible Afghanistan embarrassment, the most embarrassing day, I think, in the history of our country. On Election Day, we're going to tell this radical left country buster, she's a country buster, that we've had enough. We can't take it anymore. We're going to say, Kamala Harris, you're fired. You've done a horrible job. You're fired. Get out of here. Get out. Get the hell out of here, Kamala. All right? If Kamala wins, foreign leaders will treat America's president as a joke. They already do. Now we have 2 jokes. Think of it. What's going to happen? Russia gets a little nasty. China, President Xi, I know him very well, got along with him very well until COVID, in which case I said, that's the end of that. But President Xi, these are fierce people. These are fierce people. They don't even know who the head of our country is. Who do we have? Are we dealing with Biden? Biden probably should get out, but Xi should get out also. I think they should both get out. I'll tell you what, do we have a volunteer? Yes, I will volunteer, okay? We have to straighten out. We have to straighten out our country. They're not going to do it. They will rip us off more than ever before. These foreign countries are ripping us off at levels that you've never seen before. And we had them held back. Russia respected us. China respected us. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in not 10 cents. For years, they ripped us off. And our country will never be given a chance for a future. We're never going to have a future back. If we don't solve this problem now, we can't go like this any longer. We're not going to have a country any longer. When I win, we're going to win. When I win, America will be respected again, because you will once again have a president who puts America first. And you have a president who will fight, fight, fight.
They're going to that fight. And that's where she got that from. That's where she got it from.
Thank you.
She started using that fight message in there. They stole that from the Trump campaign.
Thank you.
He's been saying that since he got shot. That was his thing, fight.
For 4 incredible years under our administration, I stood up for America, and we achieved more than any administration in the history of our country. There's never been a period of time like we had for 4 years. There's never been. And then we had COVID, and we got rid of it. We never got, I got great credit for the economy, great credit for the military. We defeated ISIS rapidly. I started no wars. First time in 78 years I started we didn't have any wars, these endless wars. They keep going and going, people getting killed all over the place, spending billions and billions. We passed the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country. We achieved record low unemployment rates, record low poverty rates, and rising wages for everybody. Everybody in this room, your wages increased, your money increased, your businesses increased. Whatever you do, everything was better for 4 years. We unlocked American energy independence and soon would have been energy dominant. We were going to be energy dominant. We took on the globalists and corrupt special interests. We ended the NAFTA disaster, concealed. And think of that. We got out of TPP. Do you know what TPP? That's if you want to have manufacturing in this country, they were going to take it all away. Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, we took it away. We withdrew from the horrible Paris Climate Accord. It sounds so nice. I want the Montana Climate Accord, not the Paris Climate Accord. And stood up to China like never before, bringing in tens of billions of dollars. Think of it, though. No other president ever brought up, they never confronted China. And China respected us. We built 571 miles of border wall, and we took it out. We took it out of our military because Congress was impossible. So I said, we're taking it out of our military because it's an invasion of our country. That worked. They sued me all over the place. We won. We ended catch and release. We stopped asylum fraud. We brought illegal immigration to the lowest level ever recorded. That's per your chart. We fully rebuilt the U.S. military and created a thing called Space Force, which is so important. And now we are leading in space. Nobody thought that was possible. And for our great veterans, of which you have a lot in your great state, we passed VA accountability and VA choice, right? They've been trying to get them for 50 years. Accountability is you get rid of the sadists and the bad people that took advantage and harmed our heroes, our great people. They beat them up. They were sadists. They were thieves. There were a lot of bad things. We had no right under civil service and other things to fire them. If we caught them stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars, you couldn't do anything about it. I got a law passed in Congress. We got rid of 9,000 bad people and hired people that love our veterans. And then on choice, so we have some great doctors in the VA, but you couldn't get to them. It would take sometimes months. People would be a little bit ill, and they'd end up becoming terminally ill because you couldn't get to the doctors. If you had to wait more than 1 day for a doctor, I allowed you to go out, get a local doctor, get yourself taken care of, and we pay for the bill. And Steve Daines helped a lot on that. Actually, Steve, that was a great thing. And we had a 92% approval rating at the VA, the Veterans Administration, 92%. That was the highest rating ever. Now it's down into the 40s, down into the 40s. We obliterated ISIS, and unlike Harris, we stood up and we took care of our friend Israel. We have a problem over there, big problem. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are looking to destroy Israel. Look, the bottom line, we got to get peace over in the Middle East. The Middle East is blowing up and largely because our country doesn't know what's happening. They have no idea what's happening. We are going to take care of it. We did the Abraham Accords that brought peace to the Middle East. We would have had every country signed up right now. If the election weren't rigged, we would have had every single country signed up right now. And I'm proud to be the first president in decades who really, and I talk about it as much as I can because Hillary Clinton stood on the stage. They said, look at him. He's going to start wars. And I said, no. I'm going to stop the wars. You're the one that started the wars. You people, the stupid people, started the war. But I did finish the war on ISIS. And everybody said we couldn't beat ISIS, too malleable, too all over the place. Did it in 4 weeks. We knocked it out. And that's where I learned we have a great military. We don't have a woke military. We have some stupid people on the top that are woke. We have a great military. What they did for me against ISIS was incredible. 4 years ago, America's future was blazing bright, and Kamala and Crooked Joe came in and drove our country off the cliff. They've taken our country to levels. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing at America. They're laughing at your United States. But with your vote, the reign will be over. That horrible reign of, in a way, it's a reign of terror. You know, it's a weak reign. It's an incompetent reign. But they want to put good people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. It's a very dangerous reign, actually, and people aren't going to take it. It's a very dangerous reign led by very incompetent people. New era of strength and prosperity and freedom will soon ring true. The moment I take the oath of office, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send the illegal aliens back home where they belong. Right? Under the so-called border czar Harris, illegal aliens are stampeding into America by the millions and millions. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from all over the place. They're coming from countries we've never even heard of. Most of the people in this room have never heard. They're coming from some very bad places, evil places. Every day, Kamala is letting migrant criminals roam free to assault, rape, mutilate, and kill our citizens. Look at what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun, and they're being taken care of, and our veterans are not being taken. Our veterans are forced to sleep on the street, and these people are given hotel rooms in luxury hotels. Right here in Bozeman, an illegal alien brutally stabbed to death a 19-year-old young man. You know all about it. And when the police searched the illegal's car, they found 3 handguns, 2 rifles, a shotgun, and a record as long as your arm. On July 4th, a 42-year-old Nashville man died after he tried to stop an illegal alien from stealing tools out of his truck. The illegal alien did a number on this man that nobody could even believe. The police officer said one of the most vicious crimes they've ever seen. He was thrown from the hood of the illegal's pickup truck and left to die in the street after being beat to hell. And last month, a Venezuelan illegal alien criminal let in by our so-called border czar. The border czar's a joke. She never went to the border. She never went to the border. Shot a female police officer in Texas multiple times with a rifle and started shooting over and over again. The choice in this election is between a mass amnesty with welfare, Social Security, and voting rights for the illegal. And they want to give illegal immigrants all of this. And here's all we're going to do. It's going to be called a Trump mass deportation because we have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. If Harris wins, a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, MS-13 animals, and child predators will ravage your communities. They're already ravaging your community. Don't forget, they haven't been here that long. They're getting used to it. When they get used to it, they're going to be coming at you at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's going to be as vicious as any crime ever seen in this country before, and it's a guarantee. In addition, we have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists in our country that have been allowed in. We didn't allow them in. We had a strong border. We had 1 year where Border Patrol actually said under Trump in 2019, 1 year, one of our 4 years, 0 terrorists. Now, I don't really believe that because I don't believe that's possible. But they have it down as a 0. 0 terrorists were able to get into our country. Now we have hundreds and hundreds of people coming in, thousands of people coming in, and these are the world's worst terrorists. And it's 100% certain that really bad things are going to happen. So we don't have a choice. Vote Republican, and we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. And I don't say that with fondness. I don't even know. I don't say that with, I don't even know if that's good politics or bad politics. People would say, oh, Trump is too tough. We don't like him. We don't like him. He's taking murderers out of our country, but we don't like him. He shouldn't be taking murderers out of our country. The truth is, Dwight Eisenhower, he was a sort of a moderate type of guy. General Eisenhower, he was president. Do you know when he was president, he was the strongest president in history outside of what we did, the strongest in history on the border. He hated when people came into our country illegally. And we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in through a process. They have to come in legally. We want people. Harris has let them all in, and we will send them all back. We have to send them back to their countries. Their country, when I came in, we had a lot of MS-13 gang members. They're probably the toughest gang in the world, really ruthless people. And I came in, I said, we got to get them out. I told one of the generals, sir, they won't let us have them in. Under President Obama, the countries where they came from, Honduras and Guatemala and all over the place they come, from South America in this case, the countries said, we're not letting them back in. And they would put major aircraft, big aircraft, on the runway. So if we were coming in with a plane, you couldn't land, they'd come back. They blocked up the road, so if we bust them in, if we took them in by ship, any way we took them in, they wouldn't let them back. So the general told me that, sir, I'm sorry, we can't get them back. They'll never take them back. They don't want them back. MS-13 gang members, who can blame them, right? So I said, how much money do we pay them? He goes, sir, we pay them $750 million a year. Sir? I said, all right, inform the countries that they're delinquent. They're not taking their criminals back. They're sending criminals in. They send them in the caravans. They put some really bad types in the caravans, and they pour in by the thousands, that we're not paying them anymore. We're ending it on day one. I signed a document. The next day, I come into the beautiful Oval Office, so beautiful, resolute desk. I sit down. Sir, we have a call from Guatemala. Sir, we have a call from Mexico. We have a call from, we have all these calls, and they call and they wanted to know, sir, we understand there's a misunderstanding. I said, no, why? There's no misunderstanding. You're sending your criminals into our country and you're not taking them back. And I'm not paying you anymore. You're not getting any more subsidy from the United States of America. And they all said the same thing. The calls came in early in the morning. They all said the same thing. Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. There's a misunderstanding, sir. We would love to have MS-13 back in our country. We love them very much, sir. They're wonderful people. And we took tens of thousands. We took thousands and thousands out. Believe it or not, there were a lot on Long Island. You read the story where they killed two beautiful 16-year-old girls walking to school, and they killed them with a knife. They sliced them up into little pieces. You know why? Because that's much more painful than getting shot. And they wanted to, what they did, they were animals. And you know who took care of it? ICE. And all of these people like Kamala, they want to abandon ICE. They want to drop ICE. These guys are so incredible. They're brave. I know some of the people in the front row, and they're really tough guys, and they're brave guys, and I know them pretty well. They don't want to work for ICE. ICE would get in, they'd get up to the gangs in Ohio, and a lot of them in New York, and amazing, as I said, in Long Island, and they'd walk into a gang of 15 of the toughest guys you've ever seen, and you'd see fists and feet and back and forth, and it would go on for 3-4 minutes. And then the ICE guys would get up and they'd take these guys into a paddy wagon, put them in, and would bring them back to their country. And then she wants to get rid of ICE. These are incredible patriots. They're tough people, and they love our country as much as anybody, and maybe more than most. One of the most sinister accomplices in Kamala's plot to demolish American borders has been her ally and partner in the U.S. Senate, one of the biggest phonies in American politics. His name is John Tester. And I don't speak badly about somebody's physical disability. But he's got the biggest stomach I have ever seen, I swear. I swear. That's the biggest stomach. I have never seen a stomach like that. Because he doesn't look that heavy. You're not allowed to use the word fat. So if you use the word fat, You can say obese, you can say anything, but you can't say fat. That's the end of your political career. I said it the other night. Somebody in the audience said, Chris Christie is a fat pig. And I said, sir, Chris Christie is not a fat pig. You should not. And we argued about it for 3 or 4 minutes, and that was it. No, he's not a fat pig. For years, Tester has been telling Montana that he's a moderate while he votes with Biden, Harris, and Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas. You remember Pocahontas? Pocahontas, I have more Indian blood in me than she has in her, and I have none. I happen to have none. But Kamala votes with them 100% of the time. Did you know that, Steve? 100% of the time. I promise you, Tim will not be voting 100%. He may vote with them 0. I would say 0 would be close. But in a 50-50 Senate, Tester could have single-handedly stopped the invasion of our country, but he voted against stopping it. Instead, Tester voted for mass amnesty. He voted against the border wall, totally voted against the wall. Who the hell would vote against the wall? He voted against remain in Mexico. Remember, I had the policy, the greatest policy of all. You couldn't come into our country, you had to remain. They had hundreds of thousands of people that came up from the South. Hundreds of thousands, they couldn't get into our country. He ended it, and these people came in. You think it was easy to get that deal with Mexico? It was very tough. I had to say, I'm going to put a lot of tariffs on it. They give it to me or not. They were very nice. It was amazing. They wouldn't give it to me. They said, no, sir, we won't do that. I said, all right, I'm going to tariff your cars at 100%. Sir, we'd love to give you that. We would love a policy of remain in Mexico. We think it's wonderful. You had to see Tijuana. Tijuana was the fastest growing city in the history of the world. They were having hundreds of thousands of people pour into Tijuana, but they couldn't come into our country because I said to Mexico, you can stop them. You can stop them at your southern border, down below. And you know those caravans, I think I came up with that name, but they are a caravan. They're very horrible, very dangerous for women, very dangerous. Women die all the time. They're being raped, they're dying. The whole thing is a horror show. He voted against Title 42. That's a bad one. He voted against increasing funding for ICE. He voted to provide the deciding vote to shield illegal alien criminals like the one who murdered Laken Riley from deportation. He didn't want the person deportated. He didn't want any deportation for that person. If you elect John Tester, you are approving the Harris plan to make the 20 million Biden illegals into voting citizens. She said today she wants to give them the right to vote. Many of these people are killers and criminals. They're not going to have the right to vote, and they're not going to destroy our country. She also voted to give them welfare, government health care, and let them raid Medicare and Social Security until there is nothing left. They will destroy Social Security. I will save your Social Security with no increase in age or anything else. John Tester cast the decisive vote to approve every single bill that caused record inflation. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? It was a phony. They used the term Inflation Reduction. It was actually an Inflation Increase Act. It was a disaster, but they lied because that's what they're good at. They're con people. You know what they are? Misinformation, disinformation. After they got the bill passed, which they shouldn't have had, trillions of dollars, inflation went through the roof. He cast a vote to kill the Keystone XL pipeline. Do you remember that? The Keystone X. What the hell are these reporters doing over here? What? Oh, Pulitzer Prize winner. Doug Mills, the great Doug Mills, Pulitzer Prize. Even though he works for the New York Times, that's okay. He works for the New York Times, and that's one of the only Pulitzer Prizes that was actually earned. How about they got this woman, Maggot Hagerman. Did you ever hear of it? Maggot Hagerman. She's a reporter. She pretends like she knows more about Trump. I have nothing to do. If the woman speaks to me once in a year, today I called her, I said, Your stories are all fake. Why don't you stop it? But think of it. They have a man here who I really like. He's a great photographer. Doug, it's nice to have you. Make me look nice and thin if you don't mind. He voted for environmental extremist Tracy Stone Manning to lead the Bureau of Land Management, and he voted the radical left Interior Secretary, Deb Haaland, you know who that is, don't you, to wage war on your rights and on your industries, and they really did wage war. But we have a man here, and I'm going to introduce some of your people. We have a man here who knows Tester better than I do, better than anybody does. And Tester and I have nothing to do with each other. And when you watch his commercials, you can forget it. He never votes for me. He voted to impeach me. That guy voted to impeach me, stomach brimming out like a big slob. Do you want to be? I want to impeach. Why? I don't know. What did he do wrong? I did nothing wrong. But I have to tell you, the Republicans stuck with me, and we won very easily. We beat it. But there's a man named Ronnie Jackson. He comes from Texas, and he heard it was a race against Tester, and he was treated so unfairly. Could I ask Congressman, Admiral, Doctor? He's a doctor. He was my White House doctor. He was Obama's White House doctor and Bush's White House doctor. He was also an admiral. So he was an admiral and a doctor. Then he became the doctor in the White House. And you know when I fell in love with him? They said, who's the healthiest? He took care of Bush, Obama. Did anybody ever hear of Barack Hussein Obama? Yes. Took care of Obama, and he took care of Trump. And they said, who's the healthiest of those presidents? And he said, without question, it's Donald J. Trump. And I said, I love this guy. Ronnie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Howdy, Montana, from the great state of Texas. All right. Look, I want to tell you a little bit about this man, John Tester. This man who says that he represents Montana in the Senate. This man who tells you that he's up there trying to clean the place up and trying to fix what's broken. This man is a sleazy, disgusting, swamp politician. He's a fraud and he's a liar. I was in the Navy for 25 years. For 25 years, I was on active duty serving my country. I was an emergency medicine physician. Right? I went to Iraq with the United States Marine Corps to a surgical shock trauma platoon on the battlefield between Fallujah and Ramadi. I spent the last 14 years of my career in the Navy on active duty at the White House, serving 3 presidential administrations and taking care of 3 presidents, including the best president this country's ever had, Donald J. Trump. A spotless, flawless career in the Navy. I had never had a single complaint about anything. I was a Navy Rear Admiral. And at the end of my time in the military, while I was still on active duty, President Trump had the trust and confidence in me to nominate me as the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, which I was happy to. However, let me tell you, John Tester, at that time, was the ranking member on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. He was going to oversee that process. He was also up for re-election. It was 2018. He decided that it was in his political best interest and would help his election if he could come out and be the guy that tore down one of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees. He came after me. He tried to destroy me. He tried to destroy my family. He got together with some disgruntled employees that worked for me at the White House who were upset because they didn't get promoted or get something they wanted during their time at the White House. One of them, in fact, is currently Joe Biden's doctor. They got together with him and his staff, and they made up completely absurd accusations and lies about me to tear down my nomination. They said that he labeled me on TV as the Candy Man. Right? He said that I was recklessly prescribing narcotics. I can tell you, I can count right here on this hand right here how many times I prescribed narcotics at the White House in 14 years. He put that out there. He said that I got drunk and wrecked the government vehicle. Any two-bit investigator can figure out whether or not that happened. He knew it didn't happen. He knew it, and it's been proven that it didn't happen since then. He did not care. He was going to destroy me to better his career, and he passed that information to these morons in the back, right? The mainstream media, who were all too willing to carry this water. And let me tell you, they don't work for you. They work for swamp creatures like John Tester. That's who they work for. Anyways, look, this man tried to destroy me. He tried to destroy my family. I've been waiting for 6 years to get back here for this night, to be with this man right here, to come after him. The end of John Tester starts tonight. And it starts by bringing this man back to the White House so that he can continue the work that he did draining the swamp when he was the president before. He's the best president we've ever had, and he's the only one that can do the job now. So get him back into office. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to bring Tim Sheehy to the Senate to replace this swamp hippopotamus, John Tester. So I want to thank you all for coming out and for showing your support and your willingness to help us take this country back. We've got 87 days left. Let's get it done.
Great job. Other than that, he likes him very much. But I was a part, I maybe blame myself. I said to her, he was a great admiral, highly respected in the Navy. He was a great White House doctor. So you have two, you have leadership and you have the doctor. So I figured, what's better for the VA? So I went to Ronnie and I said, Ronnie, what do you think of the possibility of you running the VA? You're a great leader. You're a great admiral, highly respected in the Navy, war veteran, everything. He had everything you could have. And on top of that, he's a great doctor, a great man, a great personality. Everyone loves him. And, you know, I went to him, I said, what do you think? And he didn't want it. He said, sir, I'd rather not, but he's an incredible patriot. He said, but if you want me to do it, because he was ready to retire and go on to move to Texas and do whatever he was going to do. He said, if you want me to do it, sir, I'll do it. He didn't want to do it. Everybody else would want it, but he really would have preferred not. I said, Ronnie, you know, I did him such a great favor. Ronnie, you'll be great. So I let it out that I'd like to put Ron. I didn't even put it out officially. I let it out to the fake news. I said, I'd like to put Ronnie in as the head of the Veterans Administration. And that's when Tester hit. And it was vicious. It was vicious. It was really, and I didn't even say it. You know, I mean, after it happened, I said, Ronnie, it's really unfair. And you know, they sent out people, and we did too, to investigate every charge this slob made, and every charge was totally false. And he has an incredible.
Yo, y'all, I got to go. I cannot stay up no longer. I wish I could, but I got to go to work in the morning, and I'm not going to get no sleep to do my job correctly if I don't go to bed. So I truly appreciate each and every last one of y'all. Let me mute this real quick in my ears. So honestly, I truly appreciate each and every last one of y'all for tuning in. This has been a very phenomenal stream. We've been waiting for the president to speak. If you do want to listen to the rest of the president's speech, we'll definitely be able to go back and look at it. But a lot of the stuff he's saying right now is not going to change anybody's mind. He's talking about specifically some regional things, or particularly this government election here, where he is. And I'm sorry, my mind is like all over the place now. But either way, man, I just want to say I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all. Our next goal is to get to 500. If we can get that to 500, I ask that you share, like, and subscribe if you have not liked and subscribed to the channel yet. We definitely going to be getting out of politics soon, because we want to get back to the things that we've already been talking about for such a long time. I truly appreciate y'all.